DivAirCity project meeting. And thanks to the organizers, in particular to Professor Peñalvo and the rest of the team, for inviting me to share some time with you all. My name is Salvador Coy, and I am the Vice Rector for Innovation and Transfer and Technology Transfer here at UPV. And it gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of our Rector, Jose Capilla, and to say how grateful we are to all you that are participating in this project. Welcome to all the delegates from the different European cities, Orvieto, Potsdam, Bucharest, and Aarhus, and people from many different organizations and institutions. We are delighted to have you all involved in this project, aimed at improving sustainability in cities through decarbonization and also improving air quality and fair economic and social development for all citizens, with a special emphasis in diversity and social inclusion. We are a young university, only 50, but even our youth, UPV, the Technical University of Valencia, is currently positioned as the first Spanish technical university in various international rankings. UPV also ranks as one of the Spanish universities with higher tech transfer indicators, patent and patent licensing, or income from R&D contracts with industry and institutions. Traditionally, we have had strong links with industry and the region. We also host a science park, the Polytechnic City of Innovations, or CPI, where we gather a significant part of our research institutes, those with higher vocation for applied research, and also tech-based companies, both external and university startups and spin-offs. Our purpose is trying to speed up the process of translating knowledge into social and economic impact at local and global level. During this meeting and along this project, you will have the opportunity to renew contacts and discuss problems of mutual interest with delegates from many different institutions, almost 100 institutions participating in the project. That's very impressive. And we as a university share with you all the compromise with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And recently we have defined a strategy in the formal institutional compromise to work on behalf of these goals. Your project perfectly fits in this strategy. Congratulations. Congratulations for helping us and showing us how to contribute towards the sustainability of our society and our planet. Before I close and leave you work in the project, which is an important part of the session today, I would like to thank each of you attending the meeting and bringing your expertise to the gathering. You have the vision, you have the knowledge, and the experience to help us pave the way to the future. My personal respect and thanks goes to all of you. Have a wonderful meeting and good luck with the project. And I hope we will see you all and we will meet you all here in Valencia very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Salvador, and thanks for your introduction. So before I give the floor and pass the word to our project officer, Hugo, please allow me to introduce you the host that kindly offer the facilities and the help in the organization for the local meetings. Angela, thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Good morning to everybody in the venue and in streaming. I am Angela Augusti, and I would like just to welcome you first to Italy and in Rome. I hope your travel has been good and you will enjoy your stay. And second, as a representative of the CNR, the National Council of Research, as you will see here in Italian, Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche, I would like to welcome you to our headquarters for this workshop that will really the project is already started, but this meeting, this workshop, hopefully will really kick off the DivAirCity project. So thank you very much and enjoy the meeting and the venue. Thank you. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. I have been asked to say two small things about the venue. First of all, there is no fire alarm, so in case, unfortunately not, there is some problem, we have just to leave the hall. And second, we are not allowed to eat in the room. So please, we can drink, of course, but we cannot eat inside the room. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hi. And we are just starting with our project officer, Dr. Ugo Guarnacci. I think, Ugo, you are connected. Kindly ask. Hello, Ugo. Thank you. I kindly ask the virtual participants to put the camera off, if that's okay, so we can see the speaker when they are talking from the virtual space a little bit better. Ugo?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Daniela, Elisa, and all the rest of the DivAirCity project. It's great to be with you today. Before I start going through the presentation, I think let's start first sharing my screen and see if everything works. No, I cannot control my... Yeah, here we are. So bear with me 2 minutes. Open the presentation. Can you see my presentation? Sorry, can anyone confirm that you can see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. Yes, it's on now.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I would like to thank, of course, the DivAirCity team, and on the one hand, the CNR in Italy for hosting the meeting on site. I would have loved to be there, of course, today. Unfortunately, our guidelines of mission didn't allow that due to COVID-19 pandemic, but hopefully there will be other occasion to meet in person, exchange a bit of more informal views on this amazing project. I'm very happy to manage within a portfolio dedicated to nature-based solution, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I also like to thank, of course, the coordinator of this project at the Polytechnic University of Valencia for being successful in putting up and coordinating this proposal. So first and foremost, congratulations to the whole team. This has been a very competitive call for proposal. This was also a very ambitious call because it was actually joining the dots between three important aspects. On the one hand, MBS for improved quality in cities. On the other hand, climate neutrality, and a cross-cutting issue, namely gender diversity, equity, and inclusion. And you also add the pillar of peace, which we thought at the evaluation stage being very relevant indeed. Why is this project so relevant from an European perspective? Needless to say, there is on the background the European Green Deal. And our Vice President Timmermans has stated quite clearly that the Green Deal strategy is not just about becoming climate neutral as a continent within the EU by 2050, it's also ensuring just an inclusive transition, making sure, therefore, that we do connect the brown and the green agenda when it comes to justice, climate change, and sustainable development. And this is pretty much in line with the recommendation of our expert group supporting our work in drafting future calls for cities in Horizon Europe, that was co-chaired by Charles Landry and Rapporteur Riccardo Crescenzi from the London School of Economics, that they were actually proposing a human-centered approach for cities. So this human-centered approach is what I believe characterizes DivAirCity so much when you look at the intersectionality of the different citizens you aim to engage and co-create NDS with. Of course, I cannot just highlight the relevance of your project without actually quoting some of the main messages we heard from our President Ursula von der Leyen during the State of the Union speech last 15 September, 2 weeks ago, basically. And I think she also highlighted this link between the climate environmental agenda and the social pillar of the Union. On the one hand, she stated that, of course, the IPCC final report made it quite clear that climate change is man-made, and therefore we must act upon. But Europe cannot do that alone, and therefore we need to mobilize a global alliance for the COP26 in Glasgow. And on the other hand, she also stated clearly that actually we cannot forget the social rights component. The Commission President has been very much engaged in actually highlighting the importance of gender diversity, equity, and inclusion within the social pillar. And in particular, during the State of the Union 2021 speech, she highlighted the importance of youth. That's why we are putting forward a new program called ALMA, that is an exchange program mirroring the Erasmus, but actually focusing on training. So not only for those youth that actually are in university, but also for those engaged in training activities. And also our Commissioner Gabriel echoed what the President said during the State of the Union speech, actually highlighting how next year, 2022, will be the year of the youth, the European youth. Why? Because we believe it is important to highlight the key role and the empathic function that youth have during this pandemic in actually living in a real solidarity principle, and therefore they need the right recognition for this active role in facing the huge weight of this pandemic, not only because they were limited in their daily interaction, but also because they were affecting the way they were studying and training themselves for future opportunities. And you see that your topic, the topic that is embedded in your project, is also very relevant for, what's happening these days, not only the State of the Union speech, but also the relevance of youth, which is one of the, let's say, group that you consider in DivAirCity. And these days is happening in Milan, the Youth for Climate Summit, which will end actually today, and is organized by the Italian Ministry for Environment in close cooperation with the UNFCCC. And it's really important because it's kind of a massive mobilization of youth towards the COP26 in Glasgow. And I believe the message of both Greta and Vanessa have been quite powerful. On the one hand, Greta stressed that there is a need to stop the blah, blah, blahing. So we need to move from words to actions. And Vanessa actually recalled the importance of what our president stated in the State of the Union speech, that we need a kind of cooperation between the global north and the global south when it comes to climate justice. So you see once again that the core of the skeleton of your project is actually resonating in different fora happening these days, both at the EU level and the international level. And when I said at the very beginning that you really were successful, I think, since the acronym that you chose in addressing gender diversity, equity, justice and inclusion, is also because those are not just what we used to define in previous framework program for research, innovation, cross-cutting issues. Those issues are becoming embedded in the EU policies across sectors. So, and yet again, our president von der Leyen had a huge role in pushing those new strategies. We've started on Union of Equality, looking at gender parity across Commission services, so both internally and externally. We have a new strategy, a first strategy on LGBTIQ rights. We have a new strategy on anti-racism, a new action plan on Roma people, and last but not least, a full strategy on disabled people. So you see that actually we are not just addressing co-creation at EU level, but we are also trying to be kind of in line with subsidiarity principle, spreading those action plans also in very close connection with the local level. And that's why for us it's hugely important to have the cooperation with cities acting in this innovation action from Horizon 2020 as a catalyst of change, both on the green agenda, but also on the social agenda. And that is also, I guess, what we wanted to communicate with the new European Bauhaus strategies, where beauty becomes part of sustainability. Beauty not just in terms of aesthetic terms, but also yet again in terms of inclusion, defined both in terms of affordability and accessibility. So you will see that actually also here, the topics of DivAirCity becomes very relevant when you address both climate neutrality and the co-design and co-deployment of MBS for improved air quality. And of course, I cannot actually not consider the key communication that was launched yesterday, the Commission communication on missions in Horizon Europe. Those are 5 very important missions and quite bold, I would say, in the way they've been shaped, addressing climate change adaptation, a mission to fight cancer, a mission on the improved quality of ocean and on health soils. But last but not least, a mission devoted to climate neutral cities, which I believe is the core that you should consider when actually developing future action and joining the dots on what the mission on smart and climate neutral city is actually aiming for. Creating a net of 100 cities devoted to develop and co-design with citizen and climate city contracts. And we will have nearly 360 million of Europe in city money in the Horizon Europe program for the period 2021-2023. And therefore, you will see that we will keep the approach that we started in Horizon Europe. So this one-stop shop platform for cities, creating also a kind of a global knowledge exchange center, which goes yet again pretty much in line with your strategy under dissemination, where you want to reach out not only to European cities, but also to other entities in Africa, in Brazil, and in other contexts, as it is also highlighted by the constellation of the members of the advisory board you actually selected. And I take this opportunity also to thank the different representatives you will meet up later on today of the advisory board for DivAirCity, because I think they are key player not only for key institutions that have been cooperating with the European Commission during this year, shaping our action for cities such as UN Habitat, but also key other researchers and practitioners that are paving the way both in EU and globally for having this inclusive, sustainable and climate neutral strategies for cities. So, you know, we had the very recent development, the State of the Union speech, the Youth for Climate Summit, the adoption of the communication of the Horizon Europe mission happening yesterday. But, you know, I don't want also to reinvent the wheel. We have been working through Horizon 2020, and that's why we've been very proud of this program that has just finished. Because cities, in our perspective at the EU level, were not just during this year case studies to be studied, but they actually became important actors to showcase how we could do co-creation on several issues. And we did that also in conjunction with other services within the European Commission, like DG Regio or DG EAC, looking at the cohesion policy or the cultural policy. And that's why we had a pretty much ambitious agenda that was actually put forward during the Dutch presidency of the EU with the urban agenda of the EU, which had actually we developed 14 thematic partnerships still there, so still very relevant for you. The partnerships are a very nice link between the EU level, the national level with member states representative, and the local level with regional and local authority and city authorities involved. And 3 partnerships are indeed very relevant for you. The one on air quality, the one on sustainable land management and nature-based solution, and of course the one on climate adaptation. But of course, one could say that taking into account the strong social of DivAirCity project, you could also look at what's happening in the one for migration, in the partnership for housing, and so on and so forth. So I really invite you also at this very beginning of your project to dig into the existing strategies at local level, this partnership of the urban agenda for the EU have been developing during these years. And of course, the new Leibniz Charter is also a key other component to summarize the philosophy behind your project as well. It has been adopted last year in November by the German presidency, and it keeps being a reference document for our work at EU level with and for cities. And of course, we should not forget, as I was saying before, the key policy feedback that you will be asked to provide at the global level. At the global level, I mean, I always refer, not just for self-reference, to a key paragraph within the new urban agenda that was adopted in Quito in 2016 in the Habitat 3, during the Habitat 3 forum, and I was proudly representing the EU at that time in the negotiation, and we managed to have with the other members, negotiators participating to the new urban agenda, a specific paragraph devoted to science, research and innovation as a means of implementation for sustainable cities. So yet again, not just acknowledging the importance of data, of science, of knowledge, but actually linking them to the implementation phase for sustainable cities. And we also highlight in this paragraph 2 main aspects. On the one hand, the fact that we need to work at the intersection of different innovative solutions, being them digital, technological, social, cultural, and nature-based solutions, but also an intersection of different characteristics of people that we are going to involve in this polycentric governance between the regional, the national, and the local level. This is also the philosophy not only of the new urban agenda, but also of the SDGs, notably the number 11 devoted to cities, but also I think all the other, the number 5, the number 8, I mean, there are several SDGs that your project should and could indeed address. Yet again, not in vague terms anymore, because each SDGs are now a kind of a solid emphasis on the different targets. So I also invite you, when considering the contribution of DivAirCity to the SDGs, to dig into the different targets that we have been highlighted, and also to the work of Eurostat in particular in consolidating data at member state level when it comes to the EU contribution to the SDG framework. We had 2 important meetings, one that happened but just before actually the global lockdown in February 2020 in Abu Dhabi, the World Urban Forum, where thanks also to the close collaboration with UN Habitat, we were able to have a big representation of Horizon 2020 projects and dedicated events on this need to link the culture and the social innovation for sustainable cities, which I believe was indeed a clear link, because also when you talk about nature-based solution, we should not actually forget the relevance of culture and cultural heritage. This is embedded in the way we define nature-based solution in terms of landscape perspective. So recalling the UNESCO definition of landscape, cultural landscapes. And therefore, that meeting in Abu Dhabi was instrumental to highlight the strong connection between culture and innovation. And there will be an 11th session of the World Urban Forum, which would be also highly important. It's happening in Poland next year. And so DivAirCity may also want to play a key role there in conjunction with the other EU research and innovation actions that we'll be proposing during that occasion. Let me now dig into, from the macro policy level, into the way you actually will be operating with other Horizon 2020 projects. You are not alone. You are part of, I would say, a pretty well-established community of practice, because you would see that, proudly so, I could say that Horizon 2020 really had a big push to break down silos, thematic silos, because we had several projects launched, of course, on nature-based solution, but always in conjunction with very strong socio-economic relevant thematics. So we had project on nature-based solution for climate resilience, on nature-based solution for inclusive urban regeneration, for health and well-being, but also for circular cities through adaptive use of cultural heritage. We had this link between risk and cultural heritage and cultural landscapes. So you would see that actually the way also we framed the calls around for proposal around nature-based solution has been really systemic, looking both at the benefit of this solution, but also at the co-benefit in terms of social inclusion, health and well-being, for instance. And you should not, and I underline hundreds times, reinvent the wheel. Being part of a community of practice also means to actually rely upon those knowledge that have been created during these years. We have a huge amount of data repository cases that have been summed up in the reports. You see there, there's an hyperlink in my presentation, so there's no need to, to take note of those. In any case, my presentation has been shared with the coordination team. But what I really want to say is we were really looking at the different typologies of MBS for climate adaptation and mitigation, for inclusive urban regeneration, but also to the instruments that could allow cities to co-deploy those solutions in a more effective way, comparing the benefit and co-benefit of nature-based solutions and grey infrastructures. And that's why we also put forward a report on public procurement for nature-based solutions, which is a way also to investigate one of the most used tools for cities in implementing different kind of infrastructure, including green infrastructure. And therefore, that's why we opt for this focus on public procurement. So I would really invite you to have a look at that and to dig into those reports and repositories, because you will find lots of basic information that will allow you to actually build upon and not reinvent the wheel when it comes to MBS for improved air quality. And also, I know that you've been quite successful in the way you've been disseminating information. The video is a very nice way. You have key partners in your communication team that knows how to do dissemination properly. But I also want to quote one very successful example coming from our project Innovation, and in particular curated by ICLEI, which is the network of local active sustainabilities, where you can really see also how they used to engage citizens in the layout of the report, how the mayor's perspective, the city officer perspective was actually highlighted in this dissemination strategy, also through a storytelling approach, which we believe was very effective and powerful. So do think also when doing co-creation to the different way you can actually then communicate your result and try to be quite bold and not just going for the standard way of communicating results. Since we need to walk the talk, and this is very important, when disseminating the results and organizing events, I would definitely invite you also to make sure that your events will address some of the key issues you highlighted in your proposal stage and therefore in your project, notably make sure that there is an attention to disability inclusion. So there have been examples of now our latest project on health and well-being, on how to make the website and the conferences more inclusive for disabled people. Make sure that in your dissemination strategy, you're not filling the trap in the binary, in the gender binary, and make it actually gender neutral. English in this respect is very powerful. You can use the they pronoun, for instance. I mean, try also to do a bit of basic homework to be credible, because you really put diversity, equity, and inclusion at the very core of your project in your acronym. And so you will be asked, also from myself, you will be reminded that you really, and this applies for the dissemination strategy, but also something that I forgot to say when I was presenting our strategy for gender diversity, equity, inclusion that the President von der Leyen highlighted. Be also credible in the way you're going to recruit people in your different teams. You need now to walk the talk also there. You will be asked also to somehow reflect the diversity and inclusion strategy when doing future recruitments for the members that are going to join your teams in the different beneficiaries that actually made this consortium. And I think you can rely upon the expertise of certain members of your advisory board that have been advising big companies and universities in doing that. For instance, Marina Della Giusta from the project Inhabit, or Joachim Quintens, who's also been working as a vice mayor on this issue. So you also have the advisory board that could give you extra layers of expertise when it comes to making all the process from hiring, retention, and promotion very inclusive and diverse. Now I would like to conclude the last few slides by giving you an example of how you can become stronger by passing from the I perspective to the we perspective, and how you could be also a powerful cluster by joining the dots, first and foremost with your two sister projects, Just Nature and Upsurge, I will be presenting afterwards, but also by joining that community of practice, in particular those projects that are very relevant for you. And here I'm mentioning the cluster that was created on visionary and integrated solution for well-being and health in cities. Inhabit, Vast Cities, U-Polis, and Go Green Routes. As I mentioned, you already have in the advisory board a member representative from Inhabit, Marina Della Giusta, who is the Gender Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Manager, because all the 4 projects have a Gender Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Manager, looking at what I was saying before, the inside look on making sure that the consortium is credible to walk the talk, what you are preaching out, and then making sure that actually that also scientifically what the knowledge that are produced are relevant. So those 4 projects have done quite a substantial work also on the link between the green and the brown agenda. They have a glossary of terms that I think you should be using. And I would really invite you to link with those projects. And I've already done actually an introduction email a few days ago, because I think it's very much needed that you also join the debate at project level, because then when we will do actually the policy feedback, we'll never consider one project alone in isolation. We will always try to give a portfolio approach, which is in line with the Horizon Europe mission that I was presenting before. And that's why we also connected those projects working more, if you want, on health and well-being with another project funded in the Societal Challenge 1 of Horizon 2020 under health. So we have 6 projects here with the 4 projects we just presented, 10 projects putting together what cities are doing at the local level. So what are the tangible results of these clustering activities? Those projects actually decided to create a joint research innovation manifesto for cities, having two key cross-cutting issues: health and well-being. How do we define health and well-being at the local level? What are the key nature-based solutions that we need to propose in this respect? What is the local level? And I think this debate is highly relevant because for the time being, we do have a definition of well-being and health at the regional level, if you look at what the World Health Organization and the OECD are doing. But at the local level, we do not have yet this compiled narrative that defines health and well-being. And then, of course, the governance aspect, which is key, which is also linked to three other thematic pillars that the manifesto will address: MBS and planetary boundaries, gender diversity, equity and inclusion, digitalization, and post-COVID-19 EU. Those, of course, all linked because the digitalization will be yet again another key component when looking at digital divided, age-related technologies, the role of artificial intelligence and how it can actually sometimes even recreate those stigma and discrimination strategies that we think we are actually contrasting. So I think there is a huge debate going in this cluster that would be highly beneficial for you. And an example on how our projects sometimes are also forward-looking and doing a bit of a foresight exercise is that we started this cluster last year, and then this year, so 1 year after, both the European Commission, in cooperation with the G20 presidency of the Italian government launched the Global Health Summit in May 2021. And the outcome of that summit was a very powerful declaration, the Rome Declaration, where not only health has been defined as a public good, but there is a principle in this Rome Declaration that look at how cities can become local players in fostering health and well-being, and how they should be doing that by looking at the different identities of citizens. So a very kind of forward-looking approach to intersectionality and the link of intersectionality with health. And so how cities are also the engine of change in cooperation with the other stakeholders of the quintuple helix that we often refer to, in order to make sure that co-design and co-deployment is not just on paper, but will happen in reality. So I try to give you an overview of what's happening at the European and global level and how your project could be relevant for the policy debate. So I hope that was clear, and I'm open to take some question, if any. Thank you very much indeed. Hello.
Hello. Hi. Hi, Ugo. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if this mic works. Can you hear me? Yeah?
They should know.
Okay, perfect. Wow, big pressure on us, isn't it? Thank you so much for giving us the vision from the European Commission. And I think we are ready to embark in this journey. I would like to see if there is any question from here to Ugo Guarnacci, or if there is any question from the Slido. So we have the Slido. You can use the Slido even here if you prefer. Or is there anything that we wish to ask Ugo? Yeah. Is there any question, Jody, online? Is there any question? Yes. Oh, okay. Can Yes, please.
Hi, Ugo. Thank you for your very motivating presentation and for having a better understanding of that this proposal belongs to a higher goal. We have some questions here for you. The first question says, may you please share your thoughts on what should be the role of the citizens and society in the creation of projects in the field of sustainability?
Yeah, I think I'll try to be like concise as much as I can. I think the answer is pretty obvious. We cannot have any action on sustainable development without involving the local communities. I think there's been a huge evolution from, if I look, I mean, this is again the history of the institutional history. I mean, now it's nearly 9 years I've been working for the European Commission. And if you see how, for instance, we looked at the 7th framework program for research and innovation, community were mostly involved either as case studies, but never like actively throughout the process. I mean, of course, there were several instruments to involve local community, but I think Horizon 2020 and the huge participation of local communities in this project are really paving the way for tangible co-creation. And when I say tangible co-creation, I refer to the fact that at the EU level, we have been fostering networks of community, like for instance Ecolise, which is this network of sustainable villages, or we've been working more and more with network of cities such as ICLE and Eurocities, or we also have, in the way we draft the call, there is not this image of monolithic entities of communities. We are not considering communities just in a rosy way. We sometimes explicitly mention in text of the call conflict, which refers to social and cultural, diverse social and cultural norms, which refers to behavioral change. So I think it's really now embedded in all the EU strategies, the importance of the local level, and in particular, the fact that we are accountable for the way we spend taxpayer money by showing the result and the impact with local communities.
Thank you. And related to that, we have another question. Will be co-creation projects the referent in the near future?
Yeah, I think if you look at the way mission have been designed in the communication that was released yesterday, co-creation has been placed at the heart of it. So when we say that the mission are bold in the way they've been defined, it's also because they've been actually co-designed throughout the launch of the Horizon Europe, and they are becoming, so citizen and co-creation with citizen is becoming more and more embedded in the Horizon Europe missions. And I think we will, I mean, it's too soon for me to disclose, but we will also think about new evaluation methods of the missions that will involve citizens and local community more upfront than they've been now. So making use of the citizen science narrative that we have been preaching for several years now during Horizon 2020, which not substitute, of course, the science created in university and research institute, but complement those knowledge with locally attuned knowledge and data.
Thank you, Hugo. There is another question from Karsten. DG GROW and DG FISMA have been working on a blockchain strategy for Europe. Can we connect this strategy into our project as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is a good question, and actually, you need to understand that the Commission family is diverse and quite big. So today I've been focusing on the one where I belong, the EU Research and Innovation family. So linking with, DG Research and Innovation, DG EAC, GRC, and the different executive agencies that are part from it. But of course, if you have a specific let's say, need in terms of policy feedback, like the strategy that has been mentioned, we are here as a kind of your brokerage. We do the brokers in terms of joining the dots between what you want to address and the different DGs and agencies working within the European Commission family. So yes, it is possible. And yes, if you do have specific policy strategy or action you want to address, I'm here for that, to make the right connection with colleagues involved.
Thank you. And there's another question. Is it feasible to reach to NBS? I would understand this question if we see a city where NBS is a standard way of urbanizing or urban development.
Is it feasible to reach? I don't know who wrote that. I would be interested in understanding what do they mean by reach to NBS.
I guess if we imagine, or I understand it, if we imagine a new way of doing urban development based as NBS as a standard way of doing.
Well, I think if MBS have been now, we launched this debate back in 2014 with the expert group on Horizon 2020, called Innovating Cities with Nature. And since there, I think MBS have become the key player in the green infrastructure debate for cities. So there have been a huge amount of funding, not only from the EU, but also from the World Bank, from the OECD, devoted to actually showcasing how cities can implement MBS. There are cities around the world that have been, doing that. And we had also a very powerful link between European and Brazilian cities, for instance, learning on how different cities have been actually implementing MBS. And in Brazil, there was the city of Curitiba, for instance, that became an ambassador when we were launching the EU-Brazil dialogue and MBS. And MBS was also embedded in the research and innovation strategy with Latin American countries for sustainable urbanization. So I think that nowadays, whatever, the World Economic Forum in Davos 2 years ago highlighted the role also of big companies, startups, and SMEs for the deployment of MBS. I think if you look at the way cities have been implementing and debating on MBS, it's becoming quite mainstream.
Perfect. I see many thank yous from the attendants. And there's another question just arrived. Will the European Commission seek to incorporate more strict, acceptable levels of air quality in cities in the years to come?
Well, I think that, as you know, I don't want to answer in a speculative manner. The targets that needs to be agreed. There's always an agreement between the European Commission and member states on that. I believe that if you look at the strategy and the commitment that we want to put forward the next COP, and in the also assessment of the Green Deal, I believe, but of course that this is kind of my vision on that this target will become stricter. And I think also, if you look at the recent work of the GRC on air quality and the possible impact that had on the pandemic and on the way that certain cities react, also were impacted by the pandemic due to the level of air quality, that's yet again another kind of confirmation on the need that we need to work more on seeing air quality not just as a nice to have, but a key component within a sustainable development strategies for cities. And there are a lot of, in the strategy, in one of the 14 urban partnerships I was mentioning before within the urban agenda for the EU, I really invite you to have a look at the targets proposed by those cities and those regions working with the Commission and member states, because they also are highlighting certain targets that should be indeed made more strict when it comes to air quality and air pollution.
Thank you, Hugo. There are no more questions.
Okay. I generally tend to be quite available. Also, people that have been working with me know that. So don't feel shy. Drop me an email if you need anything. It is really great to be here. I would really love to see you in person, but I do believe that will definitely come in the month or years ahead. Really good luck for this first stage. People generally tend to say that if you start with the right foot, you are halfway through, and I think you have done already an amazing job. And I think, Blanca, Elisa, Daniela, and all the coordination team has been working so hard. For me, it's already a pleasure to work together. And, it's a pleasure to have such a nice and diverse advisory board. So really good luck for at least the year to come, which is the first big step forward. I know that the pandemic, that we still don't know how it will evolve, that makes this, let's say, journey a bit more uncertain, but we need to cope with that. And I think you have all the right expertise, skill, and empathic leadership to do so. So good luck with the rest of the event. I will definitely stay connected today. Tomorrow, unfortunately, I will not be able to join, but do rely on me for making this project shining, for any support, even in times of difficulties, because those will count. And if there is something to flag it as soon as possible through the coordination team, because it's better to work in full trust rather than then discovering things happening midway through. So please feel free to reach us. And this is, I think, we really need to make this action impactful. We are investing a lot of money on this, and I think we need to demonstrate to our citizens that it's worth the investment. So thank you very much. Keep the good work as you're doing.
Thank you for the motivation boost.
Thank you, Ugo, from my side, and again from everyone here. Few housekeeping issues for the people here in the room. We haven't shared the Slido, and I'm pretty sure people here might be keen to ask questions to Ugo. I think you're going to stay with us, Ugo, for the rest, at least for the rest of the morning, isn't it? So perhaps people can, if they think they have questions during the day, is that okay if they ask questions?
Sure, I'll stay connected with you today, so don't hesitate. I don't have to ask everything now. So I will be here, no worries.
Great. Thank you very much again, and thank you for inspiring us during your presentation. I think it's really great to see how the European Commission is putting the emphasis on all the thematic that we really have at our heart of the project, which we hope we will be able to deliver in the best way in the next 4 years. So thank you again for the motivation, Ugo, in your presentation. So perhaps let's go and see what DivAirCity is about now. First of all, I'm Daniela Melandri. I'm the chair in terms of the strategy and the vision of the project. And I'm absolutely honored to be working with you guys. We've been working a lot together in the last 2 years. So here we come. And now we start the project. Let me just, before we start, and oh, okay. Well, sorry about that. I hope people at home on virtual can hear me.
Yeah,
okay.
We can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, though. Let me just say one thank you, a little special thank you, because I think it's really important to stress it. Together with us, we have a mayor of a city, and thank you so much for coming. It's really a pleasure to have the mayor of Orvieto here, and that gives the importance of the project even at a decision-making level. And so I think it's important to be recognized. Thank you for making the effort to be here. It's really a pleasure to have you with us. So let's go and share what DivAirCity is about. Ugo mentioned already a video that we did. I think it's the best way to kick it off in order just to give us a flavor, and then we can just recap together what we are going to be doing in the next 4 years.
Cities are the places where over 2/3 of the world population lives, but they are not always the healthiest, most inclusive and safest one.
The last month has stressed the injustice of social inequality in urban air polluted areas. Disproportionately, the lower paid members of our community, the women, the kids, the seniors, the minorities, are likely to be more exposed to unhealthy environments.
DivAirCity is a new EU project funded under the H2020 programme that recognises, accepts and celebrates differences and turns them into assets to fight air pollution and climate change in cities.
We are a consortium of 26 EU organizations, working with other 68 partners from around the globe to deliver more inclusive, healthy and equal cities.
We will work with 5 cities in particular: Aarhus in Denmark, Bucharest in Romania, Orvieto in Italy, Castellón in Spain, Potsdam in Germany.
Life expectancy in the EU is shortened by an estimated 8 months due to pollution exposure. Yet, not everyone is equally at risk. This is not a minor problem, and this is what DivAirCity will be about. So, how do we do this?
In each city, we focus on one specific place. we involve a group of people, we improve the air pollution condition through social inclusion.
We start by listening and empowering people. We focus in particular on the ones too often invisible. Women, young and elderly people, people with different abilities, LGBTQ community, people coming from ethnic minorities and low-income groups.
The project will work across 5 different activities. First, we will start looking into cities' data. Data in the modern world are the hidden places where inequality lies. Data not only describes the world, but it is used to shape it. Data management in DivAirCity is the first initial step to shape inclusive solutions.
Second, we will listen, and we will empower citizens to be at the heart of the solution by creating a set of participatory activities.
Third, citizens and professionals will come together to design a set of nature-based solutions to help improving air quality levels and to refurbish neglected areas.
DivAirCity will create a community finance mechanisms enabled by blockchain technology. These will be called Smart Cities Contracts.
Last but not least, DivAirCity will work globally with cities around the world to create a stronger common vision for more inclusive places and greater equality for people to create a better planet.
Share with us your ideas and city life experience. Your voice will help make our cities more resilient and better places to live.
Thank you, and credits to the voices, particularly the one of the kids. I have to say, a bit of conflict of interest here, but okay. So let's go and see a little bit more about DivAirCity. One thing, the Slido link. I think someone in the room wanted to know the Slido link. Perhaps we can share it again for everybody in the virtual space and everybody here as well. So the link is and there is a number. I think there should be a number of the Slido if people are more comfortable in putting the number. Okay. Are you connected by any chance even online here? No. Okay. If you are, it's on the chat. Otherwise, it's 809694 on Slido, the code of the event. If people prefer to ask questions on Slido, even from here. Okay. So a little bit about the project. I can't see much, so we'll just look at the screen. We started actually our description of the project with 4 quotes, which we felt they were powerful, and I felt that they were kind of describing really the ambition of what we wanted to achieve. The first quote was from the president of the European Commission. The motto of the European Union is united in diversity. Our task is to live up to this word and to fulfill the meaning. And I think that kind of says everything of what the direction of the European Commission and Europe is going, and the way we are following this direction. Another important quote was from a journalist from the BBC, a very, very inspiring journalist, in my opinion, who actually stressed how the pandemic and the last years have increased inequalities and have increased the gap between different people in our society, and have shown actually that absolutely the virus wasn't in a way fair, was hitting more the certain communities than others. And that is exactly the same sort of principle when we're talking about air pollution. Air pollution is not equally shared, and that's the concept from which we are basing our project. The United Nations, Antonio Guterres has made clear as well that without a diverse and inclusive approach, we were not going to achieve any challenge that we are facing now in terms of the global challenges. And that's our motto. DivAirCity recognizes, accepts, and celebrates differences in cities and turns them into a true asset and actor of changes to tackle the emergency of air pollution and climate change challenges through a set of nature-based solution interventions for innovative, sustainable, healthy, and robust urban areas. Next, please. Their vision and the urban pain which started the project with, was related to the two components that I've just said. Air pollution, as I said, is absolutely not equally shared, and it's a massive, massive problem. The quality of the air in the last year has basically shortened the life expectancy of almost 8 years in the cities, but yet not everyone is equally at risk. Despite the fact that relationships between pollution, social inequality, health, and urban areas are undeniable, all the voices of the most affected ones are often unheard. And that's, I think, a big topic when we talk about co-creation. We will talk about that much more. It's easy to say co-creation and it's easy to say citizen engagement, but it's not easy to make sure that that citizen engagement, that co-creation approach involves everyone at the same level and all the voices are heard. Because actually what happens is that certain part of the communities do participate to these activities and the most vulnerable ones are not part of this conversation. And this is exactly what our project aims in terms of shifting. And I think it's part of what our challenges are going to be in order to make that happen. It's not straightforward. Urban inequality, air pollution gap has been exponentially exposed by COVID. That's undeniable. And other environmental parameters have become important criteria to urban spaces as well in terms of where we live. The nexus between health, environment, and social inclusion is the heart of our project and is the heart of the conversation we are having now in the last 2 years. And here is basically, you can see the why, what we thought was our why when we start thinking about the project, which is exactly the combination, the nexus between these three aspects. So we are not only going to focus on social inclusion and air pollution as such, but we are going to understand how the two aspects connected to each other will improve the health and well-being of citizens, and the health and well-being will play a key role in all our assumptions. So the why is basically the nexus between the three: health, well-being, air pollution, and social inclusion, all discrimination as we are living now. We started the project by giving us these three challenges, which I just mentioned, and giving us a theoretical principle, which is usually we always hear about the famous PPP, and then they become PPPP, which means public-private partnership, public-private people partnership. We added the planet to that P to make it a 5P model, a helix model, which is really about private, public, people, planet partnership. So the people and the planet stay together on the stage, and without the collaboration between the two of them, we can really achieve any of the goals we want to achieve. In line with the SDGs, of course, in line with the goals of the European Commission in terms of air pollution and in terms of social inclusion. Sorry, just the slide before, again, thank you so much. Before we go to the details, in terms of the conceptual framework, we are working at different levels. We're working at a governance level, meaning including policymakers, and that's the reason why I'm so grateful for the mayor to be here today. It's a strong sign of how that is going to work during the project. We work at the data level, and we are going to go into that details in a moment on how we are going to deal with the data, and we are going to have workshops around that in the next days and so on. At the finance level, it's very easy to do interventions and then have wonderful interventions done during a funding period of time in this project, and then the interventions are lost when the funding are ending. If we don't build finance models and business models that allow the intervention to live independently from the funding that has given the chance to intervention to be built, that's not a success. And so we need to find finance models that are inclusive as well and are actually allowing the interventions that we will be doing to continue during the years. Technology, of course, nature-based solution. Nature-based solution has been talked, and we will be talking about nature-based solution a lot, but nature-based solution for this project is a tool. It's not the focus as such. Nature-based solution alone means little if it's not put into the context of what we want to achieve and the overall vision that we have. The implementation model, you can't really probably see it neither here, neither in the virtual space, and it's quite complicated, but it's just kind of recapping all the layers that I've just mentioned. So next slide, please. So going from the why to the who versus the how, we are going to do all of this. I mentioned the PPPP model because I think it's really the heart of the concept of how we are going to work. But actually, let's see how kind of this transform into how and into outcomes for the projects and for the activities that we have in the next 4 years. Participatory governance is one of the key aspects we are going to deliver at the very beginning. But actually, participatory governance will be led first and foremost by the diversity in data. We are going to talk about the diversity in data, as I mentioned already. There is a big issue. We said it in the video. Data do not only describe the world, they shape the world. If we don't know things, we are not able to react to something. And the knowledge on that level of information is given us by how we are collecting data. How do we access this information? And again, if the sources of information are biased, if the sources of information are limited, if there is a big data gap, we simply do not know. And we do not know what kind of solutions to take. And that actually, in terms of inclusion, that reflects on the fact that data nowadays are still kind of limited. They do describe a bit of society. They describe a piece of society. They do not describe a large amount of society. Most of the times they are aggregated data. They are not disaggregated data. That means that actually we are not able to track down to the level of details that potentially we need to set interventions, the information that we need. If we want to go from A to B, and there is an amount of air pollution that has been measured in that bit of a journey, probably we do not know enough about who is having that journey. Is that men, women, kids, people with some different abilities? All of this information probably are not that easy to be found. And this is really where the project starts, and probably one of the most important bit of the project, to try to find that inclusive data framework. We have set a goal to create a green a diversity and inclusion green cities index, which aims exactly at putting those two aspects together in terms of measurements around air pollution, but in terms of understanding who is actually being affected by those measures, and making sure that the decisions that we can take and the interventions that we can plan and design do reflect the needs of all the community that actually leaves the space of the intervention where we are acting. Finance, I mentioned. Finance, it's fundamental in order to make sure that what we do will last in times. And community ownership is part of this concept. We need to make sure that the finance models that we are going to be enabling will be finance models that are set for everyone, are accessible to the community we are serving. And for this reason, we will be using the blockchain technology as, again, not a focus of the project. Blockchain is a kind of a buzzword, and it's a very interesting word, very used right now. And natural-based solution, blockchain, co-creation are all great words, but then actually they need facts and they need to be put in context. So for us, blockchain is something that will help us to deliver this model, the finance model, in a way that they are more accessible to the community that we want to serve. But it's not as kind of a tool as such for itself. it's put into the context of the project. And I'm stressing this part because actually the democratization of technology is a big issue that we have to think about. We will be thinking about during the project. We are moving really fast. Everything is moving as fast as light in this new digital world. But there are bits and pieces of communities which are completely left out because they cannot access the digital world, because they don't have, economically speaking, the availability to have an iPhone, for instance, or to have a very expensive phone. Or they don't know exactly the technology. They are not so user-friendly with the technology. I'm starting from myself. I hardly can send an email. And this level of democratization of technology is something we need really to consider very, very seriously. Everything is down to apps now, and everything is easy and quick. But what about elderly people? What about people who have different abilities? And how can they access? Are they cut off the world? They shouldn't. And that's something that we need to consider, and making sure that whatever we do is inclusive for those communities as well as it's inclusive for the rest of the people. Okay, next slide. Now, our cities. We mentioned our cities. And I think we are going to hear a lot about them. They have been doing absolutely amazing videos that we are going to see in a bit. We have 5 cities in which we are going to pilot all the interventions, and they are different interventions. So we are not going to have the same exact intervention in all the 5 cities, obviously, because the problems are different in the 5 cities. Oros, I'll just go in alphabetical order, in Denmark, Bucharest in Romania, Castellón in Spain, Oviedo in Italy, and Potsdam in Germany. Those are the 5 cities at the center of the project, and those 5 cities are supported by an ecosystem which is made by partners that are acting and working together with the city at the national level, and then partners which are across the project as sort of cross-cutting partners delivering activities across all the project. Each city ecosystem is mainly represented by the city, by a company, a private company, which means a business that represent that kind of way of thinking, which most of the times is with architects and urban planners and stakeholders specialized in that area, and a research center or a university and an association. Most of our cities have that kind of ecosystem around, and if they don't have it in the consortium, they have it through the letter of support. So I think it has been mentioned already, but worth restressing, we are a 26 partners consortium, and we have been supported during the preparation of the proposal. And actually, I know that many partners have followed up. We have a support of 68 international partners, local and international partners from all around the globe, from 5 continents, that will be helping us in delivering this ambition project. Next, please.
We'll just move the camera so people can see you better from.
Okay.
Yes, if you can just lower it a little bit. Brilliant. So people online can also see you. Thank you.
The people, we said it and worth re-saying again, but maybe we didn't clarify exactly what is our target, who is our target. So we said the ones that are most invisible most of the times, but we have a proper definition given by the United Nations. So that wasn't us giving this definition of protected categories. And there are 6 protected categories according to the United Nations. And they are about gender, economical abilities, sexual orientation, minorities, and age. So these are the groups that we will be focusing on. And of course, the intersectionality existing among these different groups. So these are the people that most often, when we do the co-creation activities, it's difficult to engage. It's difficult to talk to them. And we will have to think about probably different ways of connecting with these people. Probably it might be very different to talk to someone who is 8, 10, 15 to someone who is 70, 80, or someone that has certain abilities towards someone that has different abilities. I'm really sorry. I have to say, we tried our best for this meeting to be translated with sign language. Unfortunately, for lessons learned for the future, we were not able to do that. But actually, we will have to enable all our activities to be accessible to everyone in the way we are going to deliver those activities. And that's the reason actually why we are already starting to plan different kind of tools. I don't know if there are some schools following us, but we invited schools to follow us on YouTube right now in order to start understanding and start kind of engaging with us, because the voice of kids will be very important. We have a TikTok channel, if anybody wants to enjoy it, which actually is very much addressed to have that kind of language and dialogue. But then we need to think again about how to engage group of people that are elderly, they don't have the access potentially to the same technology, and we might be creative. We might need to be creative in making sure that those people are heard as much as anybody else. So these are the people of DivAirCity, the ones we will be very much focusing, listening, and working with in the next 4 years. And actually, the representation of these people is in our advisory board. And I think this is an honor for us to have the representation of all of that categories in our advisory board. And I really hope, I think the advisory board is following us and is listening, that we will be challenged as much as possible from those organizations in order to put a pressure on us to make sure we are delivering against those objectives. Thank you. Next one. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. So in terms of activities, we have divided our project in the so-called work packages. Now, for anyone who doesn't work in the European research and innovation space, work packages probably means nothing. They are synonymous of activities, but that's the way we just kind of understand each other, and we assign tasks and roles in the project, of course. Beyond the work package 1, which is the overall coordination of the project, the first work package where we are starting the activities, the work package 2, so the activity 2, which is around the data, which we just discussed. So it's about defining the innovation, the digital innovation and the data framework, and identifying those gaps and identifying the way how we can fill those gaps. The way we will fill those gaps will be most likely through the participatory activities, which is the next activity, so-called work package 3. It's worth mentioning, work package 2 is led by EcoWise, which is a UK company. Work package 3 is led by Aarhus Council. I think Marianne is there. and hello, Sebastian. And hi, Emre, and everyone from EcoWise in the virtual space. Participatory activities are meant to help us listening and talking and do all of the activities that we just mentioned in terms of relating to the people we want to talk with, and actually even identifying and collecting the new data, the insights, the ones that are missing from the data analysis. So it's really those 2 work packages will kick off all the definition of the interventions. Work package 4 is more about defining the different 5 interventions in the cities. It's led by Paulaire, by Blanca and Bruno, and it's really about creating the urban living labs. We will go a little bit more into the details of the urban living labs. We have defined 2 steps of urban living labs, the so-called temporary urban living labs, which will allow us to kind of test the urban living labs and the interventions. and the permanent living labs, which are meant to stay much beyond the end of the project. So it's, of course, the entire activity is a constant loop between doing, assessing, intervening, and reassessing, and testing and refining. And exactly that kind of activities of assessing and refining happens in the work package 6, which is called monitoring and assessing, which is led by the CNR. And it's where we are going to check and to understand from an economical, social, and environmental point of view how the interventions are working or not working, and able to feed back into the loop of the overall activities. Before we go into the assessment mode, we will define and work closely in terms of identifying the business model and defining the services that will allow the intervention to live. And those are the smart cities contracts, which will be enabled through the blockchain technology, which we just mentioned. And that work package is led by Thessaloniki universities, and it's going to be the work package 5. So those 6 work packages, data framework, co-creation engagement, urban living labs, smart cities contracts, and monitoring and assessing activities are the core of the project. And all around them, there is, of course, a coordination, and then there is a very strong communication and dissemination activity. Because if you do something, you need to tell that. Nothing happens if nobody knows about it, and that's a dramatic rule of science. There is a lot going on, but people do not sometimes know about it. We are absolutely lucky and enough to have RTBF, which is a national TV in Belgium that is working with us in the consortium, and actually has allowed us to have the video, and has put a lot of pressure on the cities to have videos and all the partners to have videos. We're doing videos since we started, but actually that's a very interesting and great opportunity to be able to tell what we are doing. And then the last but definitely not the least activity, which is the twinning and scalability and internationalization. This is not only a European project, it's a global project. I mentioned 68 partners from all around the world. The advisory board is mainly done by partners which are not European partners. Ugo mentioned Brazil and Curitiba before. We will have Mundano and Artetudo in our advisory board, who is a very, very important artist working with a young group of societies in Brazil and in cities. And we have World Enable with us. We have Future Earth. We have Unabitat with us. We have Innovate UK. I'm hoping I'm not going to miss anyone. Of course, we have Inhabit as a European project that was already mentioned before. We have Inter-America's Initiative for Global Challenges. So we have a lot of partners supporting us from the broader global community. And that's really very much around what we're going to do in the twinning activities. We are going to launch an initiative to have more cities involved in this project and in the delivering of actions and results, as we are doing in the 5 cities. We have some funding available for 20 cities in the future to be sort of the so-called followers. That's the former way of identifying cities which were kind of learning from pilots in other projects. And so we will scale the results of DivAirCity to at least 20 other cities, and those 20 other cities will be linked to international, meaning outside Europe cities as well. So we will have a much wider community of cities, stakeholder community of practice, which will go beyond the European dimension. We have already with us a partner in Africa that is going to look after the relationship with Africa, and they're working very hard, in particular with some cities in Sierra Leone, in Tanzania, and we are already connected with the mayors of those cities in order to enable those relationships. We have letter of support from Australia, from Japan, if I'm not wrong, from China, again from Brazil, from the US. So that's really going to be a very interesting journey in terms of twinning and scalability of the results of our project. Next, please. Timescale, I'm not going to go into that. It's a 4 years project and it's intense. That's all I can say. And it clearly started very intensively in the last month. And all three work packages, 3 activities have started. Work package 2, data. Work package 3, co-creation. And work package 5, smart cities contract, have started since day 1. The activities lead are really chasing everybody. And so it's going to be a very full-on project for the next 4 years. And this is the Gantt chart. The results, and then I'll stop, are permanent living labs. I mentioned we have divided the urban living labs in temporary and permanent. Permanent, by definition, means that they're staying. Diversity and inclusion Green City Index. This is something I mentioned already when we were talking about the data. Smart cities climate contracts. So a set of services that allows the intervention to continue and to have a sustainable business model. A community of practice, which is going to be a European community of practice and a national community of practice. We have a partner in the consortium, which is Equilibrium, which is focusing on the role of women in the built environment and construction at different levels. And actually, they've done already a lot of work around the concept of gender inclusion in this area, and they will help us building this community of practice across Europe in the wider, of course, meaning of diversity, not only gender focused. We will create a set of air pollution mitigation services, which are part of the interventions in the 5 cities, and a European protocol for decarbonization diagnosis. As Ugo said, we don't have to rebuild the wheel. We will work with previous European projects. We will work with all the material that has been so far delivered by colleagues outside our consortium, and we will add definitely that layer of diversity to the existing and to the interventions that we are going to deliver in our own cities. I think that's very much it. That's where we are. That's the Slido. If you have any question, sorry if I've been very long, but I think it's useful for everyone to recap. Probably worth saying, we have 2 documents that are the heart of our project. One is the grant agreement, where all of this is described. The other one is a consortium agreement, where legal aspects are defined between the partners. Those are the documents that will drive us in terms of any potential ambiguity or unclarity on what we have to deliver. We have a set of deliverables that are quite a lot, and starting from the next month. But we will go into all the nitty-gritty details of the project in the next day. And so for the time being, thank you again. It's really a pleasure. And yeah, let's start it.
We have Ugo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Ugo.
No, sorry, Daniel, it's not a question. I can be kind of a pain in the neck, not to say anything else. But no, I want just to reiterate 2 things that you said in your very clear presentation. Thanks a lot for that. It was really a nice helicopter overview of this amazing project. 2 things that I think it's important to highlight here. You mentioned work package 3 and 4 on the participatory engagement on the living labs. I really believe that, these projects are a lot to offer, but we need really to do this, these 2 work packages in particular needs to work in a credible manner when it comes to the people component. So you said it already several times, but I want to reiterate the fact that whenever you organize co-creation activities, in particular within the cities, do rely first on the expertise of the city you have in the consortium on several issues. I mean, I can quote, I don't want to make one on the other, like Arus is very strong, for instance, as an ambassador within the Rainbow City Network Alliance on LGBTI plus inclusion. So, for instance, let's use Arus as a way to see how we can go beyond the binary engagement that we've done until now. When it comes to, I don't know, single mother engagement in events, make sure that you have nursery facilities. When it comes to disabled people, make sure that you address at least several disabilities that those participants may have. Sign language is not the same in all languages, and you have Serid and Word Enabled in the advisory group, and that's great because they can give you advice on how to be inclusive in the way you structure your co-creation activities. I just want to say that the cities that you have selected are amazing because are very diverse from different geographical backgrounds, which was needed for also the climatic part of the call. But when it comes to people, please be aware that we're really being scrutinized the way this co-creation activity will be done and the resources attached to it. Co-creation has a cost. It comes as a burden because it's not just a nice to have. Co-creation is a huge cost. And the reason being that we need to take into account diverse needs of the people that need to be involved. And this goes hand in hand with another point I want to make on digitalization. The youth and the elderly people cannot be engaged in a similar way. And this is the further constraint in this COVID-19 pandemic, because the digital divide is not just between the urban, peri-urban and rural areas, or between the urban center and the periphery, but it's also about the age divide. So just yet again, just a comment, because I think I've seen lots of projects having a very good attempt on paper that never then delivered. It happened in the first reporting period on practice. So I know that is not your case, you're all very engaged, but it's just a reiteration of the message that was said. And last comment is about ethics. I'm not going to open the Pandora box of ethics within the new regulation, the EU level on data protection, but please be aware that you need to respect not only our regulation at the EU level, but also the national regulation when engaging different groups of people, in particular when engaging minorities, because you will be dealing with lots of sensible data. And my last point is about data and science literacy. We are doing a lot of work within Horizon to make sure that the data is actually understandable by the general public, but also by the policymaker, by people like me and other people working at city level and so on and so forth. So data literacy is also something that Daniela mentioned and I thought it was kind of need to be highlighted. So thank you very much. I will shut myself down, but I think these three elements were worth mentioning because it's kind of vital for the credibility of the project itself.
Thank you, Ugo, for that. And it's always important to remind ourselves where the difficulties will be and actually even in which part of the projects we will really have to focus on. So thank you very much for that. Is there any other question? I don't know if there are questions. Okay, yeah.
Yes, Daniela. There's another question from Marianne.
Yeah.
And she asks, on the living labs, it's great to have both temporary as well as permanent. How do we work with the grid that stem from ending the beloved temporary initiatives?
Well, in theory, the ambition is that actually we are not ending the temporary, but we are transforming them in something that stays. And so the idea of the temporary is that they enable us to be to test them and to assess them in a sort of a smaller scale, and then to scale them up in the city itself in order to make sure that they become something permanent. So hopefully we are not going to handle any grieving, because actually we will be continuing the temporarily into a permanent state and into actually larger, bigger dimensions. So if we are doing kind of festivals, for instance, or activities which are related to culture, creative activity in some cities, that could be a set of activity to begin with, and then it can become much larger event or a much larger situation. I'm just giving an example of something we discussed during the last 2 years as an example. But the interventions will be even physical interventions, so it's not only about creating the festival as such, but
That's just to give a bit of a flavor to the answer.
Then we have one comment, which is anonymous, and says, having written and having read a lot of deliverables, the best documents are those which are written in a manner which avoids highly technical language.
That's absolutely true. And I absolutely agree with that. And that's the reason why I said at the very beginning, we name things like work package, like deliverable, tasks, which probably mean nothing. So we have to, as a consortium, we have to operate in two spaces. One is the internal space of understanding each other and understanding what things needs to be done and who needs to be doing what, when, and how. And that's probably when we are going to use a sort of more technical, not technical, it's not a technical, it's just the way in Europe research and innovation projects are defined, and that's the language that describes the activities in those kind of projects, and we all understand. But definitely, as soon as we go outside, and actually right now we are on a YouTube streaming live, so that's very important to kind of give the message that when we are talking about activities, work package means activity. I always kind of, there is always a joke around the use of the European language as the European English language in terms of kind of being understood. And sometimes native speakers are the ones who actually other people do not understand, not because of anything, but because actually there is not a sort of an homogeneous way of talking. So I completely agree. We need to find a way of communicating with everybody, especially because the everybody we need to talk to is the people we just described. So we can't expect someone knowing what a work package is or what a task is or what a deliverable is. They just want to see the new park, and that's very much it. And they want to feel safe and happy and making sure it's not impacting their cost and their quality of life. Actually, it's improving their quality of life. Whether we do it in work package 2, 3, or 4, that's more a problem. It's not the problem of the people that are going to use the final results of what we are doing.
We have another question. It's anonymous. What kind of projects are suitable to deploy on living labs?
Okay, so I think we will go into this a little bit later. All of the cities have done absolutely incredible work. I mean, again, probably it's worth mentioning, it's 2 years that we're working on behind the scenes of this project. That doesn't need to be forgotten in terms of the work that has been done up to now. And the cities and all the ecosystem around the city has already identified some potential key interventions, because those interventions are the ones that are crucial for each of the city. They are coherent with their own strategies, with their own policies, and they are supported by other level of fundings as well, so they can leverage other funding. So when we are talking about the living labs, there has been already a lot of work done before to identify some of the potential interventions and how to potentially shape the living labs in those settings. And we're going to hear about that during the videos that the cities will be presenting. Blanca is leading that activity, and so will tell us a little bit more about this sort of space after the break, which I guess it's coming up very soon. So it's not really starting from scratch, and it's not really about identifying from scratch where are we going to do the living labs. There is a lot of research and decisions that have already been started.
Besides, there are some examples that we will see tomorrow during the World Package 4 session. We have another question, and this one is for Hugo. Hugo, if you're there. Does the MPS approach include a concept for municipalities to get access to private land in order to implement the measures?
So, I mean, I can tell that within the Horizon 2020 goals, sometimes we do have a specification for access to public land. Within other program funded by the European Union, like the LIFE program, there has been indeed a focus on the European Land Conservation Network that also look at how private land can be used to deploy of MBS.
maybe I can add, Ugo, one thing on this, just to put the context probably of this question, which I guess it's coming from some partners specifically, because one interesting aspect that needs to be stressed in the 5 cities is that not all the 5 cities are public-led, in the sense that, of course, so every city is public-led, don't get me wrong, but in our consortium, one city, one pilot is going to be a private case, and that's probably the reason and the context of this question. So in Potsdam, we are going to deploy the intervention through housing associations and actually private owners, and that's, I think, very interesting to see how that shape and that line of the city is working as well, because it's not only about city municipalities, and the owners and private actors do play a massive role in defining the cities themselves. So just to give a bit of a context.
I mean, the possibilities there, also, and you know that when it comes to legal entities, cities in Europe do have all sorts of combination between profit and non-profit. But what I want to say is that, of course, you can also involve private land if that was part of the overarching proposal agreed by the municipality. And the way you're going to use the funding, I think, is in line with our, layout of Horizon 2020. But I want just to say that when it comes to the way we shape the call, we refer to public land because that is what we could ask. But needless to say, when a city is involved and present the urban planning in the area where the area of intervention when they want to work, that is nothing that they can actually, stop them to interact with private owners if there is a previous agreement that was well laid down in the proposal. So that's maybe complement to what I said before. But in terms of other program, there is also, for conservation and biodiversity strategy, the LIFE program is doing quite a lot in working in conjunction not only with public entities, but also with private entities involved in nature conservation.
Great, thank you. Is there any other question? I think we are now running a little bit. No more question? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much to everyone. I think we are going to have a small break now, and there is a small virtual break as well for the virtual space. And for the people who are following us on YouTube, if I'm not wrong, Felice from TBF is going to play the videos of the cities. So you could enjoy the videos of the cities on YouTube. They are coming up. And for us in the room, we are going to get outside, and Victoria is going to show the way to the coffee and the coffee bar outside there. And they're just waiting for us with a little refreshment. And then we will be back in 10 minutes. Sorry, guys, we're strict on time. But thank you so much for all your energy and interest.
Hi, we are Marianne,
Sebastian,
and Sarah from Aarhus Municipality.
The city of Aarhus has a population of 350,000 citizens and a very young demographic.
The overall ambition for the city is to create a good city for everyone and to become CO2 neutral by 2030.
As you can see on this map, Denmark and Aarhus is located in a part of Europe where the PM2.5 levels are relatively low. But with our models, we estimate that exposure to air pollution still have large negative impacts and leads to more than 4,500 premature deaths in Denmark each year. Based on data for 2014, we have estimated that about 200 citizens died prematurely in Aarhus municipality due to air pollution. This also leads to about 20,000 sick days, and it had an economic cost of more than 200 million euros in Aarhus alone. We estimate that only around 8% of the health impacts are related to air pollution emitted within Aarhus. Here especially emissions from local traffic and the use of wood stoves are important. But the main part of the air pollution comes from emissions in the rest of Denmark and other countries.
When you talk about pollution, the air quality, you have to be aware that not every citizen have the same voice. There might be strong democratic citizens that can help raising their voice, but there can also be challenged citizens, so to speak, which are surrounded by what I call a democratic deficit. We have to facilitate that those citizens also get a voice in the discussion, for instance, about the quality of the air in our city. We have tried with a range of analog or digital ways to mobilize and innovate how we can actually facilitate the citizens and support the citizens to take part in our city and the development of our city. Participatory budgets. We have done some tests and I think we'll build onto that experience in the years to come. I think one good advice is to have big ears and a small mouth at the beginning when you have to or want to give that area priority in your city. And acknowledge that everyone is needed in this city, despite the background, sexual observance or religion. Everyone is skilled in this city in one way or another. And I think that should be our aim, no matter where we're from.
Citizens can help us map the city's air quality challenges on a local scale with low-cost air quality sensors. So we can have an even better impression about the areas where our interventions will have the greatest impact.
There's a number of benefits of using local sensors compared to using reference stations. First of all, local sensors, they're usually small. I can have them in my hand, whereas the reference stations, they require a full container, so they're not very flexible to move around for measuring at various locations. Mm-hmm. Second of all, I can get many more data because I can buy 10 sensors for the same price as I can buy one reference station. So I'm able to measure in many more locations. And third of all, I can engage with the citizens because I can give them a local sensor in their hand and say, put them outside your house or put them on your bike or wherever, which would never ever be possible with the reference equipment. This conception of perceived air quality, I think, is will be a very central concept that needs to be explored throughout the whole innovation project.
Aarhus offers a wide range of different intervention areas where we can see some of the opportunities to intervene. We do, however, wish to engage citizens also in this, in order to understand what areas of the city are special to them, where do they meet or hang out, where is intervention needed from their perspective. We consider where could we make the largest potential impact when we look at the incoming data from the city, but also what sort of solutions are attractive to the target groups.
Hvordan er den politiske interesse for at gøre byen mere grøn og sund?
Den er stor, og den er øgende, eller den bliver øget her også. Det kan vi også se op imod de kommende lokalvalg eller kommunevalg. Der er der rigtig, rigtig mange budgetforslag, som peger ind imod en grønnere dagsorden og en grønnere by. Også den gamle middelalderby skal gerne blive grønnere. Det passer rigtig, rigtig godt ind, fordi det er jo netop det, der er med til at understøtte den her efterspørgsel på en sund by og en forskellighed. Altså, der skal være plads til alle i byrummet, lige fra en social udsat til en, der haster fra et møde til et andet. Og det skal man egentlig gerne gøre i en rar stemning. Og det er jo lige det her, det gør. Altså det sunde luft, den rare by, den grønne by. Nogle steder, hvor man kan sætte sig ned og lade øjnene hvile og nyde bare at trække vejret i noget ren byluft, som jo også samtidig kan være udfordrende at finde.
go through the neighborhoods of Bucharest, you'll see a mix of old and new and of different architectural style. And this is due to the fact that when the communist regime started in 1948, a lot of the houses of the old nobility and bourgeoisie were nationalized and turned into collective housing. And at the same time, we had this huge proletarian neighborhoods built all over the city because Bucharest was an industrial center, and we had people moved from the rural areas to the cities through this forced urbanization. 30 years after communism, we can say that this whole urban changes that happened throughout the 45 years of communism are still affecting us today.
Bucharest was included by the Environmental European Agency into a group of 323 cities where the air quality was monitored, and Bucharest was ranked just 263 in this ranking, meaning that Bucharest is a city with a very poor air quality.
We believe that the city's main challenge when it comes to social inclusion is the inconsistency of public policies on the topic. Social benefits and investments in infrastructure have limited results if they are not paired with innovative proposals that combine community-driven resilience, development, and access to technology and education for vulnerable groups. Funding for social inclusion and such services are seen as costs instead of investments into the future of the city, its economic growth, and future sustainability.
The research conducted by the university will help us in partnership with the representatives of the communities of District 2 to shape public policies and projects that will be directly applicable and will affect in a good way the lives of the vulnerable community. With such strong engagement from the partners involved in DivAirCity, we have a very strong chance of finding the best policies and projects to make a difference in the vulnerable communities of Bucharest, in improving air quality and helping vulnerable communities to be included in the life and social life of District 2 of Bucharest.
Castelló de la Plana, with a population of 171,000 inhabitants, is located in the Valencian region and is the capital of the province of Castellón. The city has a fast connection to the Mediterranean corridor and an important railway network with high-speed trains. It also has the Port Castelló, the main logistics platform in the Mediterranean. Castelló has a strong industrial fabric based on ceramic production, energy, chemical and plastic sector. The service sector is the most important, followed by tourism, construction and industry. Castelló has committed itself to invest in education and culture. All this makes Castelló de la Plana a dynamic environment with an important economic, social and cultural flow. The municipality of Castelló is working in improvement of the air quality through our sustainable urban mobility plan and analyzing the possibility of the implementation of a low emission zone in the city center. With DivAirCity, Castelló wants to explore innovative actions to improve air quality in industrial areas.
The air in Castellón has acceptable quality. Nevertheless, in urban areas near the harbour, an improvement of the control of the airborne particles can be still made. These particles provide fundamentally from port activities such as unloading and handling of plate and coke in bulk.
Despite of the fact that the municipality of Castelló involves citizens in most of its projects through participatory processes, with DivAirCity, Castelló wants to go beyond and standardize innovative participation in all municipal areas. The pilot will take place in El Grau, the maritime district of Castelló, and will focus on the integration of nature-based solutions into policies and innovative public procurement to solve urban challenges. The city's goal is to include the DivAirCity criteria in public tenders. Thus, interventions will focus on urban transformation through nature-based solutions with the aim of reducing human exposure to pollution, improving decarbonization, and increasing social justice and inclusion.
DivAirCity is a project that recognizes, accepts, and celebrates the differences in cities and turns them into a true value to address the emergency in air pollution and climate change. We are willing to work together with 4 other European cities in new urban approaches and solutions based on nature for consolidate the greener Castelló and improve the conditions, not only climate, but also social and health of the people who inhabit it. DivAirCity fits with our city model dream. It is one more step on the path started a few years ago together with Europe and specifically with Horizon 2020 program. With DivAirCity, Castelló keeps on improving as a city, as a space for social interaction, as a place to live, to promote entrepreneurship and get excited about the future.
Benvenuti ad Orvieto, la Velsena degli Etruschi, la Urbs Vetus, la città vecchia dei Latini, ma anche la città unita come testimoni all'opera del nostro concittadino e artista Livio Orazio Valentini. Una città che ha sempre cercato di unire il centro e la periferia, la rupe e la valle. Una città che è nota per le sue torri e la sua cattedrale che svettano verso l'alto, ma anche per le particolari profondità che ci portano verso il centro della terra. Una città che conosceremo attraverso le sue strade, le sue piazze, i suoi scorci, il suo cielo e che cercheremo di raccontare anche con le sfide che il progetto DivAirCity ci porrà per il nostro futuro.
Il coinvolgimento attivo dei cittadini e delle cittadine, con un'attenzione particolare alle cosiddette fasce minoritarie della popolazione, ma che in realtà rappresentano una componente elevatissima dei residenti all'interno del nostro comune, in particolare nelle zone più periferiche, è forse la sfida più importante che abbiamo davanti in termini di inclusione sociale. Agire insieme a loro, coinvolgendoli attivamente, rendendoli partecipi dei processi di partecipazione all'interno di questo progetto che vede coinvolto come partner pubblico la nostra amministrazione comunale, è l'elemento centrale su cui opereremo come organizzazione e come associazione all'interno del progetto. Lo faremo mettendo a disposizione spazi e luoghi formali e informali che nel frattempo sono anche stati recuperati e restituiti alla fruizione dei cittadini e delle cittadine, e lo faremo utilizzando strategie e metodi che non sono quelli sempre, come si dice, tipici e caratteristici. Si utilizzeranno sicuramente focus group, incontri eccetera eccetera, ma anche modalità informali, passeggiate, camminate, aperitivi, un modo per cui ognuno deve sentirsi libero e partecipe di far parte di questo percorso che ci accompagnerà per i prossimi anni, nel quale cercheremo nel miglior modo possibile di coinvolgere il più alto numero di cittadine e cittadini.
L'intervento del progetto DivAirCity sulla città di Orvieto si colloca nel contesto del miglioramento della qualità dell'aria e della mitigazione dei gas a effetto serra che a livello urbano sono abbastanza consistenti. La zona di Orvieto, la frazione di Orvieto candidata per questo intervento si sviluppa ai piedi della rupe di Orvieto nella valle del Paglia ed è una zona prettamente residenziale con anche la presenza di diverse scuole e l'ospedale della città. Proprio per questi motivi il traffico della città, nonché la presenza di tratti ferroviari e del tratto dell'autostrada principale italiana ne fanno appunto un buon candidato per l'intervento del progetto DivAirCity.
Andrea e Angela ci hanno introdotto i due cardini fondamentali del progetto DivAirCity, è la parte ambientale e la parte sociale. Quindi la parte ambientale che deve riconnettere il centro e la periferia, la parte sociale che deve cercare di unire e rafforzare il senso di appartenenza alla propria comunità. E abbiamo scelto come simbolo di questa connessione questo particolare mezzo di trasporto, la vecchia funicolare, che è un mezzo assolutamente ecologico che si muove su un sistema idraulico e che ha sempre riconnesso, perlomeno negli ultimi 200 anni, la periferia al centro storico.
Orvieto è uno dei gioielli dell'Italia centrale, un diamante incastonato nel tufo nel mare verde dell'Umbria. Poco più di 20.000 abitanti, una storia antichissima alle spalle che parte dagli Etruschi, prosegue con i Romani e raggiunge il suo massimo splendore nel Medioevo, quando fu costruita la meravigliosa cattedrale che custodisce ancora oggi il miracolo di Bolsena. Benché abbia quindi queste radici antichissime, ha però sempre guardato al futuro. Già negli anni 90 ha avviato una politica di riduzione del traffico, costruendo i principali parcheggi cittadini alle pendici della città, consentendo l'accesso in città attraverso le scale mobili e gli ascensori. Nello stesso periodo ha iniziato a puntare anche al turismo, non soltanto concentrandosi sui beni storici architettonici, ma sul paesaggio, sull'enogastronomia, su tutto ciò che rende questo territorio assolutamente unico e straordinario. È inoltre anche capofila di molti progetti territoriali, è capofila della strategia delle aree interne e è anche sede internazionale di Città Slow, dove la sostenibilità e la qualità di vita sono elementi fondanti. Come amministrazione vogliamo fornire al progetto tutto il supporto amministrativo, strategico e organizzativo. La nostra è una città da sempre attenta ai temi dell'inclusione e della partecipazione e particolarmente sensibile al tema dei cambiamenti climatici. Orvieto non è solo il Duomo o il Pozzo di San Patrizio, ma anche la sua meravigliosa Rupe, così bella ma così fragile, che è stato oggetto di importanti studi per la sua tutela e per la sua salvaguardia. Proprio in questi mesi siamo anche impegnati in un progetto di prevenzione delle calamità naturali attraverso l'osservazione dei cambiamenti climatici. Questo è uno dei temi in cima alla nostra agenda politica, come sancito anche nel 2009 dall'adesione al Patto dei Sindaci, lanciato dalla Commissione europea, che intendiamo rinnovare.
Concludiamo il nostro viaggio all'interno della fortezza dell'Albornoz, una fortezza che già nel 1300, nella metà del 1300, il cardinale Albornoz volle restaurare a difesa della città di Orvieto, la città alta e strana di Fazio degli Uberti, una città antichissima, ma sempre comunque pronta a guardare verso il futuro e alle sfide che da esso arriveranno.
Hi, my name is Nadine Kula von Bergmann and I'm the founder and managing director of Creative Climate Cities. Creative Climate Cities is an agency for digital urban developments. We are consulting and giving strategic advisory services to ministries, cities and companies. What we also do is we are involved in the tool development of digital tools used for process design to implement sustainable and CO2 neutral urban developments.
Hi, I'm Nahla. I'm an urban planning student from Université Paris-Nanterre, France, and I'm an urban data analyst in Creative Climate Cities. I was very happy when I got to know that I was going to work on the DivAirCity projects in Potsdam. I will be mostly involved in Work Package 3, participatory engagement and people-driven framework, especially the task about the identification of stakeholders' needs, challenges and opportunities. I believe we can indeed achieve innovative, creative, carbon-neutral and green cities if we take into account diversity and social inclusion in our urban narratives in our cities. I'm looking forward to start this journey.
My name is Tion Kutlek and I'm responsible for urban transformation and strategic process design at Creative Climate Cities. Regarding diversity, I'm going to be the main project manager for general communication, and I will focus on the development of the living labs here in Potsdam. Alongside my role at Creative Climate Cities, I'm studying a Masters of Urban Planning at the Technical University of Berlin, and I'm right now preparing my final thesis, which shall be closely connected to diversity, analyzing the importance and impact of nature-based solutions and spatial development processes here in Germany.
In the diversity project, CCC's role will be to drive and to support the process design of the implementation strategy in the permanent living lab, the so-called district Schlatz, and we will be making sure that stakeholders and citizens and underrepresented voices will be part of the biodiversity strategy as well as the nature-based solutions.
Hi, we are Marianne,
Sebastian,
and Sarah from Aarhus Municipality.
The city of Aarhus has a population of 350,000 citizens and a very young demographic.
The overall ambition for the city is to create a good city for everyone and to become CO2 neutral by 2030.
As you can see on this map, Denmark and Aarhus is located in a part of Europe where the PM 2.5 levels are relatively low. But with our models, we estimate that exposure to air pollution still have large negative impacts and leads to more than 4,500 premature deaths in Denmark each year. Based on data for 2014, we have estimated that about 200 citizens died prematurely in Aarhus municipality due to air pollution. This also leads to about 20,000 sick days, and it had an economic cost of more than 200 million euros in Aarhus alone. We estimate that only around 8% of the health impacts are related to air pollution emitted within Aarhus. Here especially emissions from local traffic and the use of wood stoves are important. But the main part of the air pollution comes from emissions in the rest of Denmark and other countries.
When you talk about pollution, the air quality, you have to be aware that not every citizen have the same voice. There might be strong democratic citizens that can help raising their voice, but there can also be challenged citizens, so to speak, which are surrounded by what I call a democratic deficit. We have to facilitate that those citizens also get a voice in the discussion, for instance, about the quality of the air in our city. We have tried with a range of analog or digital ways to mobilize and innovate how we can actually facilitate the citizens and support the citizens to take part in our city and the development of our city. Participatory budgets. We have done some tests and I think we'll build onto that experience in the years to come. I think one good advice is to have big ears and a small mouth at the beginning when you have to or want to give that area priority in your city. And acknowledge that everyone is needed in this city, despite the background, sexual observance or religion. Everyone is skilled in this city in one way or another. And I think that should be our aim, no matter where we're from.
Citizens can help us map the city's air quality challenges on a local scale with low-cost air quality sensors. So we can have an even better impression about the areas where our interventions will have the greatest impact.
There's a number of benefits of using local sensors compared to using reference stations. First of all, local sensors, they're usually small. I can have them in my hand, whereas the reference stations, they require a full container, so they're not very flexible to move around for measuring at various locations. Second of all, I can get many more data because I can buy 10 sensors for the same price as I can buy one reference station. So I'm able to measure in many more locations. And third of all, I can engage with the citizens because I can give them a local sensor in their hand and say, put them outside your house or put them on your bike or wherever, which would never ever be possible with the reference equipment. This conception of perceived air quality, I think, is will be a very central concept that needs to be explored throughout the whole innovation project.
Aarhus offers a wide range of different intervention areas where we can see some of the opportunities to intervene. We do, however, wish to engage citizens also in this, in order to understand what areas of the city are special to them, where do they meet or hang out, where is intervention needed from their perspective. We consider where could we make the largest potential impact when we look at the incoming data from the city, but also what sort of solutions are
here. A few questions. Some of the initial questions are the same that you found outside in the room for the people in the physical space, and for the people in the virtual space, there were warm-up questions together with the privilege wheel, which it was very popular, I have to say. And please feel free to warm up and keep answering those questions. But more important than that ones are the ones that in relation to the expectations that you have from the project. If you can kindly just share your thoughts, and we will ask the same question at the end of the kickoff meeting and see where we stand with this. So now we are meant to hear from our sisters projects, but I feel I don't know if Darko and Sonia are there because they might be joining slightly later. So if it's okay for everyone, we will introduce the advisory board first and then hear from the sisters project. And I know some of the advisory board members are already there. Some other advisory board members, actually, it's literally 4 o'clock right now in the US. So they will be joining us slightly later, and we will have the chance eventually to introduce them when they join a little bit later. I think, Joke, are you here? I think.
Yes, I am.
Great, fantastic. Thank you for being here. So let me introduce our advisory board. Brilliant, thank you, Federica. Maybe you can put the other slide. Thank you. So our advisory board is really powerful, and I really would like to thank all the members and the professionals that have agreed to support us during this journey. Just let me recap the name of the organization and the people who are going to help us and challenge us. It's from UNHabitat, Laura Petrella, who's responsible of the city's activities, and they have been doing her city toolkit, with which we already talked. We probably remember as a consortium, we had the meeting with them in June, and it's a very interesting tool, which will probably be a guidance for us in the next activities we have to deliver. Witopia, Joke, thank you so much for being here, and we will definitely start with you, and you will tell us everything about Witopia and how social inclusion works in your experience, which is really, really helpful for us to hear. Inhabit, Marina Della Giusta, a professor from Reading University, who will share with us the experience of this another European brilliant project that's not a sister project in the sense that it's not been funded at the same time as ours, but the year before. World Enable, Serida Catalano, thank you for joining. I think, I hope she's online, and otherwise we will hear from her later.
Yeah.
Hello, hi Serida.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you so much for joining. Really, really great to have you with us. My
pleasure.
Altitudo, which is Mundano right now. He's the head of Altitudo, as I mentioned, an artist from Brazil. And he's right now painting at, I don't know, like 100 meters from the ground, some trees in the Amazon forest to help protecting the Amazon forest and to create awareness around the problem of the Amazon forest. So we will have a video from him, but he was having difficulties to get down from the ladder, basically, and he's not with us. But she has all the best wishes, and we will definitely see what he's doing. Innovate UK with James Taplin. I don't know if James is here. It's well, I have to say it's a privilege for me to have Innovate UK here, and James, a colleague with whom we have been working for a long time together, and there is a lot to learn. And there is a lot we can share with UK without going into any speculation. Science has no borders, no barriers, and that's how we operate. So it's great to have Innovate UK as a part of our advisory board, as much as it's great to have Jonas Bloom from JPI Urban Europe, Joint Programme Initiative in Europe. Future Earth is the equivalent body and represent the BAMO Forum, which is equivalent body of JPI Urban Europe for global synergies and partnerships between funding agencies across the globe. So with the JPI Urban Europe and the Future Earth, we will talk and we will hear from them in terms of the connection with funding agencies and governments across those topics, and there is a lot that we can learn from what the activities they've been doing in the past years and projects they've been leading in the past years. So very happy to have Jonas and Erica Key, and then ITER America's initiative for global challenges, Susanna Health, and that will help us connecting with the Americas, North and South of the America, in terms of, again, learning, taking inspiration, being challenged from the initiatives. So it's really fantastic to have this lineup of inspiring organization and members in our project. So I think it's worth leaving the space to you. And Joke, we can start from Utopia, and it's yes, please go. We have the slides here. Will you share the screen, Joke?
No, it's okay. You can share the screen. I will say when I need the next one. So yeah, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to quickly. So first of all, maybe for people who don't speak Dutch, my name is Joke. I know this is in English, it's always a little bit of a strange name. So it's like Little Joe in Dutch. It's like Josephine. So voila, that's about my name. I'm a social designer, also a regenerative practitioner. I try to work around system thinking and thinking about the potential of place. And I'm also a field expert, citizens participation. I like to add to expert a field expert because I'm really like a practitioner. I'm not an academic. Of course, I have an academic background in history, but here I see myself mostly as a practitioner. Yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. I'm not sure what it will. Yes. So what do we do? Utopia. I invite everybody to just go to the video. It's also in the presentation at the end. You can watch it later. But in fact, Utopia, it's not only me. It's also Kevin Kimweli, a community architect, Kenyan-born but South Africa-based community architect. And what we try to do is starting from the idea and recognize that we only can make a city together. So all roles in society are important, and we try to create neutral space in which we invite citizens, civil servants, politicians, artists, activists, entrepreneurs, city makers and so on to co-create solutions. We do this through communities of practice, and in the next slide I will show you some pictures, but maybe I first want to refer, because that was also the question, what domains are related to diversity, and I made a little list of it. So of course, citizen participation. I'm also an ex-deputy mayor of a city, also responsible for citizen participation. So this is really my thing. So I hope I can help you guys to and girls lead you or to help you with some ideas. Of course, local and regional policy making. I'm an ex-deputy mayor in Genk, in a city in Belgium, a super diverse city. Regenerative design, inclusion, gender, super diversity. I'm working from Marseille. So Marseille is also one of these super diverse cities and realities. So voilà, this as an example of things I do, and I work in different contexts, not only in Europe, but also, for example, in Africa, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Tunisia. And then you see some of the pictures. So you see my job is really fun. It's bringing people together, mostly in public space, gathering, setting up new alliances. For example, in the middle, the two girls are two business school students, and they just came out of a workshop in a prison in Marseille where they co-created solutions for the city with prisoners. So we tried to set up these new alliances, people who would never meet. We try to organize this. Maybe next one, that's also, of course, the question, what could be my role? This is just something I wrote, so be happy to hear what I can bring to this great project. But in any case, I can give feedback and advice in different domains, such as local policy making, inclusion, participation, regenerative development frameworks, and working in cities. But and I know that Hugo is always saying this, that I'm quite a good matchmaker with local actors in Europe and beyond. So when I can help with this, I would be happy to do that. And maybe the last slide, you asked me, what's your great achievement? And yeah, I think, as I said, bringing people together who would never meet, for example, the business students and the prisoners, but also, for example, activists of an illegal occupation in Cape Town with civil servants, to work together on what they have in common, the love for their city and the development of their city. What's my expectation from diversity? I would say the power of diversity is an asset for a city. I'm really convinced of this since many, many years, and also from my practice and experience. And finding new strategies to accelerate better air quality and healthier environment using this power, I think this would be amazing when we could have this as a result. So and I'm very confident we will. You can also read some fun facts. Maybe the most important to know, and I think I can add with this experience, is that I'm a former deputy mayor in Genk, and it's a working class city, a former coal mine city, an automotive city. And I was responsible for environment and sustainable development, equal chances, neighborhood development and participation. So I think some of the topics who really refer to also the work you are doing. Voilà, I leave it to that to give my colleagues also the space to talk. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you so much, and sorry for my very bad pronunciation to start.
No, not at all.
It's really a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you very much. Looking forward to your steers in the next years. So I think Marina Della Giusta is here as well from Inhabit, and Rida is here as well. Are you both here, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So should we? Okay. We just came out on the screen.
Next, then I'm ready.
It's all being very sort of casually happening. So, thank you, Marina, for your time, and thank you again from all of us for accepting this role. And we're very much looking forward to your insights and your experience, and to learn about Inhabit and all of your activities. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'm very pleased to be here. So thank you for inviting me. Your project sounds super exciting, and I am very, very pleased that we can bring some of the things that we are learning in Inhabit, hopefully to help you inform what you're going to do in DivAirCity. So if we can move to the next slide, I'm going to try and be as quick as possible in telling you a little bit about what Inhabit is about, which would take a long time, but luckily we have our website up. We also have a video explaining the project so that you can find on the website. It's about promoting inclusive health and well-being in small and medium-sized cities. There are 4 pilot cities that are Córdoba, Riga, Nitra, and Lucca. And they are doing slightly different projects around culture and heritage in Córdoba, around food in Riga, around human-animal bonds in Lucca, and around art and environment and inclusion in Nitra. Now, what we do in that project, the work package that I lead, is all about gender and diversity, and I lead the work package on behavior change as well, that is trying to promote gender and diversity through behavioral change interventions. Now, the key things that we are doing there are actually around 2 main tools that we are developing that we hope will be useful. Ugo has already mentioned a toolkit in which we talk about gender, diversity, equity, and inclusion guidelines, and a glossary that is being created not just inside Inhabit, where we already have one, but across the cluster of sister projects of Inhabit. As you know, we're funded sort of a year ahead of you starting. And so we are trying to provide practical tools on gender diversity and inclusion guidelines, but we're also trying to provide and enhance methodological tools to specifically use both behavioral games and gender landscapes. I am trying to tell you in kind of 1 minute what each of them is, and I'm hoping that this is the kind of tool that will be considered and will be useful in your project too. So behavioral games obviously come from behavioral economics and psychology, and they are used to foster cooperation and can be used in the case of our project also to assess the extent to which people are prepared and ready to work with diverse people, and also what kind of obstacles they face when they need to do so. So we are trying to create what are called common pool resource games, the kind of games that are often played in communities that need to solve problems such as provisioning of water or thinking about where to put a facility that benefits everyone but also has cost for some. They've been used rather a lot. We're trying to redesign them to fit the diversity issues, so co-creation around diversity and how we can entice people to be part of the process on the one hand, but also how we can understand what the barriers are on the other. So we're using behavioral games for these purposes. And the other big tool that we're using and that we are developing and working on as we speak, in fact, it's the first tool that we started working on in the project, is gender landscapes. And I'm sure many of you will have heard about gender landscapes before, but they are a tool that has been already deployed in a range of cities across the world. It's this idea of trying to understand the city from the perspective of the different genders and the way they use it, the way they access it, the way they benefit from it or not. And they are a tool that has been already deployed in some cities in Europe, and some of the cities in Go Green, for example, included in Go Green, are already developing this tool. And we are actually trying to make that tool a little bit more concrete, a little bit more applicable, a little bit more data-driven. So what we're trying to do is use the data generated from cities to design this a bit better. If we can move on to the next slide, I can tell you just very visually what happens when you try and build a gender landscape for a city. You essentially have three pillars to that. You look at the institutions of the city, you look at the lived experiences of citizens and women and men, particularly in the cities, and then you consider health and well-being inequalities in the case of Inhabit, because that, of course, is our main outcome. We're looking at inclusive health and well-being. But that is something that clearly, as you can see, has the potential to be adapted to a number of other outcomes that you're wanting to investigate, and it really gives you something quite applicable. It is theory-driven, but it is data-driven, and hopefully generates the sort of thing that people trying to make change, citizens, policymakers, all the organizations involved in projects such as this one may want to use in order to understand what's going on the ground. If we can move on to the next slide, and I'm hoping I'm still within my 3 minutes. Well, that just tells you who I am, but that you probably know from a lot of other information. If we can move to the next one still, we can see I've tried to respond to the little questions that I was given. Yes, thank you. So, well, I sort of, I was thinking about achievements and I mean, aside from the ones of reconciling work and family, which I think a lot of people already do here, I thought, okay, well, I actually think, jokes aside, people in the team I work with are fantastic at actually working to create solutions that are applicable. So we are not the kind of academics that sit somewhere in a room, well, I am right now, but actually we are trying to do things that work in practice and figure out how to make them usable. And in fact, we have generated things that have been used by organizations worldwide, small and large, and we're quite happy of that and quite proud of that. And then, there's this issue of fun facts, which I had to think a little bit about. But I think the most fun fact may be that in 2007, some of my research was nominated for the Ig Nobel Prize in Economics. And you can look up in Wikipedia what that prize is. But interestingly, then it led to actually the National Statistical Office of Italy winning the Ig Nobel Prize in Economics for accounting for the value generated by the underground and illegal economy inside national accounts. What I expect from DivAirCity, well, I'm actually, learning, obviously learning from all of you, also contributing, hopefully practical tools and things that can be used for you to actually go and realize the goals of the project. And so I'm hoping to contribute practical science-based, but also fun ways, hopefully, to work. And one of the interesting things of behavioral games, for example, is that the games part is included in that. Okay, I think I've used up my 3 minutes, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marina. That's really exciting to hear all of these things, and so much really looking forward to learn more about all of the results that you're achieving. Thank you for that. And I think we will be collecting question and answer at the end of the presentation, if that's okay for everyone. So we can perhaps hear from Sarita Catalano from World Enable. I think, Sarita, you're there, right?
I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Very happy to be here. This is a very exciting project. And so really, I hope that we will be working together and World Enable can contribute. So a few words about myself. I'm Sarita. I'm the program director of World Enabled. My background is academic. I have been a scholar working in the academia for over 10 years, mostly on public policy analysis and also on European projects related to the governance of social cohesion policies and comparative politics. Then I decided to be a little bit more hands-on on the implementation of policies. So I moved in the UAE and I started to work with governmental agencies in Abu Dhabi in order to implement early childhood educational projects and human emancipation models in the Gulf region. Then in 2020, I moved and joined World Enabled, and it has been a wonderful journey since then. So without further ado, what do we do in World Enabled? Our vision is that of creating an inclusive and barrier-free society in which everyone can express their potential, and particularly people with disabilities and older persons can unlock their potential. How do we do that? We try to build multi-stakeholder partnership and, of course, participatory approaches. We can go to the next slide. So our flagship program is called the City for All program. The aim of the program is that of building or of making 100 cities inclusive, resilient, accessible, and sustainable by 2030. At the core of the City for All program lies the City for All Global Compact on Inclusive and Accessible Cities, which is a declaration of intent which actually harmonizes all the main frameworks and declaration on inclusion and accessibility, like the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability, the New Urban Agenda, of course, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and so on and so forth. The main principles at the core of the City for All Global Compact are non-discrimination, accessibility, participation, inclusive urban policies and programs, capacity building, and data for development. So the campaign so far has been reached by over 30 cities globally. We are very close to have also Dubai signing on the occasion of the Expo, so we are very excited and thrilled about that. Next slide, a summary of our programmatic areas. Of course, the campaign operationalized our advocacy mission and the idea of engaging and mobilizing to set the agenda related to the issues of inclusion and disabilities, also with our partners and the community of practice. But we also work on other two main areas, which are, of course, one, data and research. As has been repeatedly said and underscored today, data are a huge and inescapable component of designing and actually implementing, of course, evidence-based policies. So we say that if you cannot see and if you cannot count it, of course, you cannot even measure. That's why we are making a lot of efforts with the stakeholders, and recently also with Google, we have been designing some design sprints to actually prototype dashboards for inclusion and accessibility. The third programmatic area we work on is capacity building, so training of trainers and all the related advisory services to actually support the local policymakers and key practitioners into the policy implementation of inclusive and accessible cities. So last slide. Of course, what can we bring and what we hope to bring to DivAir? First of all, the disability studies have a huge, very long tradition of intersection with all the other policy domains. Of course, urban planning, environmental design, public health. We have recently shifted from considering the disability rights framework to the disability justice framework. So the idea that the diversity has to be celebrated, but what is more, that there has to be a focus, as has been said again today so many times, on people at the intersectional junctures of oppression, precisely because diverse system of oppression often amplify and somehow to further exacerbate the exclusion. of course, we hope that our expertise and background on all those frameworks would be also useful for the DivAir project. I want to stress that our focus on new urban agenda and urban design is, of course, transversal to inclusion and accessibility, but what is more important is that designing for inclusion and accessibility for the most excluded or at risk of exclusion categories actually turn out to be profitable for everybody and to bring more inclusive communities for all of us. Also, of course, there are many overlaps in terms of our values and core mission. As I said before, the work package 2 is actually particularly elating because of the focus on overcoming the data desert, and we believe that this is an inescapable departing point to enact and design evidence-based policies. And of course, the principle of participation. We have a huge community of practice that we command through the campaign, and we believe that nothing about us without us. This is our motto. And so, of course, the people who are the targets of the policies have to be included in their design and in their implementation, and of course also in the monitoring and evaluation process. So very happy to be here with you, and look forward to the next steps and to the great achievements that I'm sure this project will bring about. I have to say it is a very needed project, and so thank you for your great work.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarita. That's, again, really, really exciting, and such a pleasure to have you with us. And you will definitely challenge us step by step to make sure that we remain committed and faithful to the objectives of the project during the years. So thank you again for being with us. I think moving to Laura Petrella from Unhabitat. I think, Laura, you are there. If I'm not wrong, I can see you in the list of the participants.
Sorry, I'm here. Yes,
hello.
Definitely. Hi. Let me put the video on.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So we have actually, I don't know what, I have to be, I confess that in the room here at the CNR, so the people in the virtual space here you go. Fine. Okay, great. Because for the other presentations, we had a little problem with the video. So the people in the virtual space could see Serena, Marina, York, but we couldn't see them here, and that was very unfortunate. But now we can see you, Laura. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah. Do you want to share the screen, or you just?
Yes, I would like to share my screen. Let me try. Screen, yes. Can you see?
Yes, we can see
something blue.
Yes, we can see both you and the screen, which is a great achievement for this evening. So yes, I'll switch off the video from this end.
Sorry, but it has changed now. What is happening? Okay, so you see it. No, perfect. So. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Very happy to be here, and actually very interesting to listen to the presentation and the discussion that were happening this morning. So, getting into the heart of the project and understanding it better, etc. I don't think maybe a presentation of Unhabitat is so much needed, but I would like just to use the opportunity to give a little bit of an idea of where we come from in engaging in this project, and what I personally have been doing in my work with Unhabitat in particular that might be relevant for the project. So. Now, how does it go forward? Yes. So UN Habitat is the UN agencies that is dealing with human settlement activities, is coordinating the UN intervention on human settlement, and at the same time is also supporting governments and partners. And we work quite closely with the European Commission and also with some other projects of the Commission and projects in Europe. But of course, Europe is not our maybe major focus. We have a global footprint across the globe. I'm personally based in the headquarters, which are in Nairobi in Kenya. So we find this project very pertinent and very interesting because as we are sort of the custodian for the UN and for the international community of the Sustainable Development Goal 11 on sustainable cities and community. But we are very much aware that that particular goal and in general the Sustainable Development Goals are intended to connect with across each other, and there are a lot of there is a lot of added value in looking at things across sector and across outcomes. And I think this project as it's a centerpiece somehow. So the connection between cities and many other targets and many other outcomes is fundamental. And I think this project we would be very interested to see how it contributes to that. The other major piece of guidance, global guidance, has been already mentioned for us and for the international community is the new urban agenda. And I think also for this particular project would be very interesting to see how the project declines the values that are put forward in the new urban agenda, but also the implementation tools related to legislation, urban planning, financing, learning, capacity, etc. So that is something we would be really very interested to link with the work of the project. And this is our strategic plan. We are working in different areas of outcome about spatial inequality and poverty, about prosperity, about climate and environmental quality, and then in issues of urban crisis. So as you can see, we have quite a lot of connection with the topics of the project, and we also see this type of areas of impact, as we call them, as very much connected. And I hope we can bring the expertise and the experience from these different areas of work into the project when needed and if needed. So finally, we have a way of working that is combining normative work, operational work, advocacy and partnership, and we have all a set of tools and experience both at global, national and city and community level, which would be very interesting to compare notes with the project and see how the project itself can contribute to the global discourse and the global exchange, and vice versa. Our experience can also bring some tools. Particularly, we are interested to look at the project beyond the European Union space. I mean, how this work can be relevant also outside and create potential connection, etc. And also, of course, the solution of the European partners and that the project will explore, etc., can be definitely quite innovative and quite learning opportunity globally, I expect. So finally, myself, okay, I don't know how to take out this thing that covers. Okay, in any case, I am an architect, an urban planner. I'm trained in Venice, actually, and I've been until June this year the chief of the Planning, Finance and Economy section, which is the section which was most engaged with the European Commission project, etc. I'm now working as the interagency advisor, but I'm still keeping very much my technical expertise in mind. I've been working on urban planning and design, finance and economy, and also public space as a key urban asset. And I don't want to go into the details, but these are really the technical background of myself and my colleagues. And sorry, why doesn't go? Sorry. So I just wanted to mention a last thing, which are the tools and the guidelines that we as UN Habitat are using in urban planning in particular. Because I think they can be relevant. DivAirCity has been already mentioned, but then here is a number of other tools for working on urban design, planning, and public space in particular, with a focus on participatory processes, the quality of urban space, and some innovative tools also using gaming, etc. And the most important, let's say, aspect of all these tools probably is the participatory approach. And I think this is also very relevant for this program. It has been already said very well by the other board members, so I will not elaborate too much. But I just wanted to mention the DivAirCity toolkit, which is really focusing on gender and diversity in cities, and the work that we have been doing on air pollution, which has been mainly about mainstreaming health and air quality in urban planning. And these will be the two, let's say, the two main areas of knowledge that I hope we can really develop some nice synergy with the program and have a common learning as well. And just for the DivAirCity, this is the footprint we have globally with the tool and with the partners, which would be interesting also to tap into if needed and if possible. And finally, the last thing that I would like to say is that I find very interesting from this project the fact of linking very clearly the issue of DivAirCity with the actually specific outcomes or a specific outcome about air quality in cities. And I think this is a very productive way of working, operationalizing the values and the let's say the belief that we all have about diversity, inclusion, etc., to actually show how they help to solve also very concrete contemporary issues in cities. And I really hope the project can increase our knowledge and our tools and commitment to this type of outcomes done in the right way. So happy to participate and share. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for this very, very interesting presentation of UN Habitat. And yes, we had the chance already to talk and to have a meeting with the entire consortium on her city toolkit. So I think it's inspiring to learn all the lessons on the activities that you've been delivering in the past. Thank you for joining us and for being part of this advisory board, an exciting project. I think we have another couple of members of the advisory board. James Taplin from Innovate UK. I think Erica and Susanna are not here as far as I can see. So perhaps, James, I don't know if you can hear me. If you want to say anything, say hello from Innovate UK. I can say hello if you want. Okay, I don't know if James can hear me. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hi, James.
Hi there. Sorry about that. I was trying desperately to unmute my microphone and my camera, and it wasn't working. So anyway, so yes, hello everybody. It's lovely to be here. I've been enjoying listening to much of this morning. I had to pop out, unfortunately, for a call, so I'm sorry I missed a bit of it, but I'm back here now. So as Danielle said, so I'm from Innovate UK. So Innovate UK is UK government business innovation funding agency, but we're also part of a wider organisation called UK Research and Innovation, which is the research-led funding agencies, and we work very closely together to see how we take all of the great research that's going on out there, and then how we translate that research into practical, world-changing innovation. My background is in sustainability and in ecology, I guess. So my doctorate actually was in patterns of African plant biodiversity and climate change, which bears very little reference on the surface to what I'm doing now. But those ecological principles, I think, underpin a lot of the work. I spent about 10 years or so working on environmental assessment of a hydropower project out in Tanzania, and another 10 years working with big business at a sustainable development charity, helping them understand what future changes were and helping them understand how they could shape the future context so that they were successful, and understanding how they needed to innovate to build the sort of sustainable world that we were looking for. So there's a lot of work there around innovation and sustainability. And for the last 8 or so years, as I say, I've been at Innovate UK. My role there is now as a lead in the urban systems team. So I joined Innovate to help set up the urban systems team. And I guess there are sort of 3 things that we do there, and 3 elements which I think are interesting and which hopefully can be brought to bear on this work to support it, and which I'm really interested in seeing how this work also develops. So the first thing that we do a lot of is around kind of system change. So it's about understanding places as complex systems and how you optimize across all of those systems to increase the resilience and success of places. And the sort of second thing, I suppose, that I do a lot of, that I'm leading on at the moment, is around net zero places. So looking at how do you help places, get to net zero. And unlike lots of other bits of Innovate UK, which are focused on tech, we've always been very focused on people. It's a human-led approach in the urban systems team rather than a tech-led approach. And so I guess what we're interested in around net zero places is not about new tech, but about how you get existing tech taken up better. So whilst we're interested in how you do innovation in places, we're also probably more interested in how you help places be more innovative. And that's an important difference. And a large part of that actually is to do with behavior change. And so understanding people, so properly understanding what people's needs are across the board, and then how do you meet those needs in a net zero way? So I think there's a lot of problems that we see at the moment for which we have solutions. Businesses are failing to get uptake of their solutions to help drive net zero changes because they're pushing a tech solution rather than responding to a real need. And what we need to do is understand what people's real needs are, and then how do you meet those needs in a better net zero way? And that's when behavior change will sort of spill over afterwards. And that's why I think this is really, really, really critical, because that's sort of at the heart of what this project is about understanding and hearing the voices of the unheard. And that's particularly critical in net zero transitions, because if we're going to have a just transition, then we really need to hear everybody's viewpoint. So we need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of everybody, not just the few. And so I think that's a really critical element, which I'm really interested in here. And the third piece that I lead on at Innovate UK in the urban team is around international collaboration. So I've done a lot of work in a large number of places with many of you, I think, who are involved here today, about how do you build innovation ecosystems between places so that they support one another, but also so that they internally build the systems between themselves and their research community and their business community and their other stakeholders to be more innovative. So it's about creating those ecosystems within a place, but also between places. And I'm really interested in what I can do to support this work in helping build more of those international collaborations and innovations, and the role that we can possibly have in bring other geographies in. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you a lot, James, for this, and I think that there is a lot we can build on the mutual, as you say, on the mutual spaces of interest and the activities we've been doing in the last years. As you said, there are many people involved in diversity and outside that are involved in even other projects that the UK is leading, and so I think it's very interesting to see how we can build on all of those activities. So thank you so much for joining the advisory board again, and Erica and Susanna. I think it's still very early in the morning, so last but not least, we can watch a video from Mundano. Sorry. And we are putting the video on the chat. Sorry, we are running a little bit late now on schedule, but I think it was really interesting to hear from our advisory board member so fully in depth. And let's learn a little bit more from Mundano, and then we can hear from our sister projects, and then from the cities.
So it looks like I need to copy the speaking. Not sure why it's not working. Oh wait, from yours?
Yeah.
Maybe it's easier.
quilômetros por 4 biomas: Amazônia, Pantanal, Cerrado e Mata Atlântica, para coletar as cinzas da floresta.
Então dá para sentir a dor, as árvores foram queimadas vivas, os animais foram queimados vivos. E a gente quer pegar essa dor, essas cinzas da floresta e transformar em ativismo. Para defender, para preservar, para homenagear todos que defendem a floresta de pé, porque sem floresta não tem água, e sem água não tem vida. E a gente encontrou ossadas, mandíbulas,
O desafio
dentes,
é fazer uma grande releitura
espinha
do
dorsal.
lavrador de café.
Então dá para sentir a dor, essas
usando o
árvores foram
pigmento das
queimadas
cinzas da
vivas,
floresta para
esses
homenagear
animais foram queimados
todos os
vivos.
brigadistas.
E a gente
A
quer
gente
pegar
se põe
essa
a
dor,
serviço, né? Se
essas
torna
cinzas da
instrumento de
floresta,
utilidade aí para a
transformar em
natureza, que não
ativismo.
tem preço. É muito melhor ser brigadista voluntário do que ficar só olhando o fogo
Para
queimar.
defender, para preservar e para homenagear todos que defendem a floresta de pé, porque sem floresta não tem água, sem água não tem vida.
O desafio é fazer uma grande releitura do lavrador de café, de Portinari, usando o pigmento das cinzas da floresta para homenagear todos os brigadistas.
A gente se põe a serviço, né? Se torna instrumento de utilidade aí para a natureza, que não tem preço. É muito melhor ser brigadista voluntário do que ficar só olhando o fogo queimar.
Thank you. That's exciting to see how actually art is going to be incorporated as well as a tool for diversity and inclusion. So, as I said, I think Susanna from Inter-America's Initiative for Global Challenges is not here, and Erica, key director of Future Earth, connected to the Belmont Forum, are not here, but hopefully they will join later and eventually they will say hello. So we are running a bit late, but it's a very big pleasure to welcome our sisters projects, Absurd and Just Nature. And I think both Sonia and Darko are connected. Hello. Hi, Sonia. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi, Darko. Great to see you again. So the Absurd and Just Nature kickoff meetings were last week and 2 weeks ago, and we had the opportunity to participate as diversity and introducer project. So that's actually your round to introduce you to us today. And so we closed basically all the kickoff meetings of this group of projects. Sonia, are you happy to start and to introduce Just Nature?
Yeah, happy to do so. I will just share the presentation, and I think it should actually work quite fine. Let me know. It should actually, you should see the slides.
We can see you and see the presentation, which has been a struggle so far. So that's great.
And I can see you as well. So that's nice. That's a difference once in a while. Because usually I'm staring at my own presentation, and so having the feeling sitting in the office to actually talk to myself, and that's also one of the challenges we are currently facing. But first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, also to provide some insights on the Just Nature project, also to this kickoff meeting. It has been a pleasure to have you as well, and I think it nicely closes this round of presentations and insights and getting to know what the different projects are actually about potential synergies, but also differences. I think to highlight those and emphasize those is also quite crucial. So I'm here actually today to present and provide, as said, some first insights into Just Nature, abbreviation actually for the activation of nature-based solutions for a just low-carbon transition. My name is Sonia Gantiola, and I'm based here at EURAC Research, who is coordinating the project. And it's an applied research center in the northern part of Italy. And but of course, I will provide some insights on the other partners joining as well, because it's not just us. But it's a big name, just nature, as you might think. And just to provide you some insights on how the actual overall aim has been phrased with regard to just nature. So the overall objective is the activation of nature-based solutions by ensuring at the same time a just transition to low-carbon cities, but based on the principle of the right to ecological space. Why do we introduce this principle? So do we have actually an ethical, let's say, baseline that drives the different work activities that we are carrying out and that we are keeping in mind when actually pursuing those different activities? And of course, we have phrased it that this in particular refers to the right to clean air and indoor-outdoor thermal comfort for human health and well-being, but something that I always emphasize as well for thriving biodiversity and ecosystems. But it not only refers to the actual right, and that's something I always emphasize when talking about justice aspects, because it also refers to the duty of not constraining the ecological space of others. And that in particular refers is in relation to the mitigation of climate change and measures required to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, we have several key objectives we are going to pursue as part of the project. Just very briefly and highlighted in bold, I think the most important buzz or keywords. And what we are going to do is to contribute to the shaping of low carbon cities, first of all, by building on 6 European city practice labs. We have prefaced or abbreviated them as CIPLs. And they are the really centerpiece and the backbone of the project as such. And you will also see later on that all the different activities, similar as the your project, circulate around, let's say, those CIPLs. And we have not called them learning labs because we really wanted to go into practice and not something where, I don't know, scientists or researchers provide some initiatives or some occasions to learn, but really to practice together. And of course, to ensure a just transition, one of the other objectives is, first of all, to expand the knowledge base on what might be low carbon, high air quality nature building potentials. And potentials, I do not speak only of the actual let's say, ecosystem functions that are provided by certain urban green spaces, but also it relates to the needs. And I think that has been emphasized also from you, and I think James just previously, it's actually to focus on the needs and to understand those before deciding actually what is a nature building potential. And we are paying particular attention to spatial distribution and also disparities existing across the cities. And these disparities not only actually refer to whether someone might be more exposed to certain disturbances or aspects like that, but also, for example, to the landscape of power and how that is distributed across, let's say, the different cities. We focus on actually 4 innovation dimensions in Disciples. First of all, the effective governance. So looking into not just, let's say, processes, participation processes, but also how planning and legal aspects have been framed. And also how actually institutional settings influence the decisions that are being taken. And how to approach this in a more, let's say, co-governance objective as well. And then, of course, the long-term nature-based system maintenance of operations, something you have similarly said. It's not just about introducing them and then see, okay, what's going to happen afterwards, but seeing really how to involve a diversity and a community around to actually ensure the maintenance and operation. And of course, to introduce not just innovative, but also social business models, what that might look like, and particularly how also to look into the market design. So what changes into the market might be needed to pick up this kind of opportunities. And of course, the efficient technologies and applications. So us looking into the development of blockchain tools, but particularly to create new, let's say, also opportunities for governance. And I always say as that to empower the placemaking capacity of a multitude of actors, and therefore also looking into governance capabilities and possible interventions that will be tested through disciples, and not just with regard to the involvement as such, but really changing some or trying to change some legal aspects. Let's see how far we get with that as well. And also to activate the innovation, entrepreneurial ecosystems and discovery processes as part of the cities. So also seeing what actors are already there and how can they be actually included, and further to drive the actually implementation of low carbon, high air quality nature-based solutions. But also to move from, let's say, a more linear actually setting of usually defined key performance indicators to something that is more like a life cycle monitoring and evaluation framework, and particularly to strengthening the monitoring systems to move actually beyond the usual KPIs approach, and but really also to move to something that is more inclusive and an integrated indicator system for low carbon living conditions. Of course, building on all the different initiatives that have already happened there. Building the nature-based community of practice, and here we will particularly build on the last objectives to basically form this nature building helix, where we try to bring together all the different community participants to further drive the actual development. Just in a brief nutshell, what has driven actually our thinking with regard to the development of the project proposal. Of course, with concept of nature-based solutions having quite entered the policy and planning stage for a while, and still also particularly arguing for the wider availability and access to nature's benefits. But something that came out and has not necessarily been solved already is, of course, the gap between theory and practice, that sometimes they have been highly selective, fast-tracked and piecemeal, and they're usually based on preferences. And I'm happy to explain the difference rather than actual needs, because needs are much more difficult to actually evaluate. And partially inclusive, and biodiversity as usually as a byproduct. As such, our, let's say, work is driven by, first of all, seeing what might a strategic approach look like, but also our activities being framed by the notion of justice. So processes that actually, strategic processes that shape and frame what a place is and what it might become, and how different people are involved in this kind of strategic approaches. And on the other hand, we emphasize, of course, be aware that that means if you bring in notion of justice, to look into what kind of world perspectives does this build on, what kind of values. And we try to link it as that to the principle of right to ecological space and the duty of not constraining that of others. And that brings us to different key components of which actually drive our analysis and action. And that is look into the different components of justice, which is not just distributional justice, although it's also a very important dimension to decide who gets what, procedural justice, who gets asked, recognition justice, who gets asked how, and also restorative and corrective justice. So who gets repaid and who bears the cost. Also to emphasize, let's say, those aspects. And just to provide you as an overview, of course, it relates to the conservation, restoration, and management and creation of urban green spaces, but also beyond. And to actually contribute to direct greenhouse gas emissions, indirect ones, as well as direct air quality increase, combating air pollution, as an entry point, let's say, to the different benefits that are also expected to provide. And I have framed it here not necessarily as well-being, but also to discussions about a good life and what that does mean. As that central are the city practice labs, where actually these steps are going to happen, and the different activities to take this step from the conservation, restoration, and management and restoration to actually the benefits at the same time. But taking into account the just transformation, distribution of benefits, empowerment, which sometimes means also reducing the power of others, and gender aspect as well. And of course, the 4 innovation dimensions I have just mentioned previously. And these are the project concept and how we are going basically to frame the project as such. So we have this exploring phase, as said, because I think it's crucial and important, where we actually look into burning questions and needs before even deciding what the solutions are going to be. And of course, doing some that means also doing some baseline research, but not just to do some academic exercise, but also get the knowledge that already exists on the ground. And then to see how these NBS potentials can be identified, not just from the supply side, but also with regard to needs. And how this but might also be impacted by future climate scenarios, for example, how might that influence how this is changed? And what does it mean that for the NBS design, particularly in work package 2 and 5? And then we have the whole phase of innovation practices from the information architecture to NBS deployment and management to the development of digital twins and governance platforms, but also governance interventions. And then the whole upscaling phase, entrepreneurial activation process, business models, financing, commercialization strategy, and the nature building helix. But why I'm showing you this overview is as it clearly shows that all the different results and all the different things that are going to be produced are basically going to be discussed as part of the disciple framework, as part of local workshops as such. So not just to feed the research into the cities, but also back, assuming that that might also change quite how some of the research or as SMEs perform actually or perceive what they are doing, and actually they might change some of the things and how they are doing it as well. And I think that's a crucial component as well to take into account. Disciples, here briefly to introduce them. It includes, particularly here in Italy, the cities of Bolzano and Merano. Here we will do some testing with some twinning to further expand it actually also to the more, let's say, regional level. And then at the same time, the city of Leuven in Belgium, Munich in Germany, Somotlai in Hungary, Xira on Malta, and Chania in Greece. These are the actual partners that are involved in the project as such, so distributed across, let's say, Europe. Of course, then further expanding also with regard to our advisory panel or committee, particularly also to the Eastern Europe. So we are taking also air pollution aspects and developments and strategies that are developed there into account, but just to provide you as a brief overview of who the different partners are. But I think Daniela will share later on the presentation anyway, so for you to have a further look. And maybe something I would like to bring to discussion, and then I end it, is we did as part of the kickoff meeting, scanning the horizon, let's say, activity, to look into the challenges and the futures things that we might actually be facing, and what drivers might have a really positive impact in the best scenario and the worst scenario. And what we see in here is deliver different outputs compared to other NBS projects, ranging in between. So seeing it might actually be something that drives the best scenario when it comes to the impact of just nature, but also it might have a worst case scenario. And of course, to take into account also aspects like anti-monitoring sentiment, compromised data, no data, resistance to change, also something we will take into account, but maybe to drive also some further discussion with regard to that. So thanks a lot for the attention, and happy to have your questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you so much. I think the last exercise you have shown, it's really very interesting. And as we already shared in the past weeks when it was your kickoff meeting, there is the assumption that these three projects will work beyond the ticking boxing exercise of collaborating, but literally almost as a one project, because we share so many activities and we have so many overlapping space, but even so many different spaces. Any question to Sonia, please put it in the Slido, and even ways and suggestion on how we can work together with our sister projects. If you're okay, Sonia, we'll collect the questions at the end, so that give the floor to Darko to introduce Absurd, and then we can chat a little bit more and see here what questions are coming up from the panel. Thank you. Okay. Darko, you're sharing the screen, right?
Thank you very much. I'll try to share my screen. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yes, we can see screen and you.
And you can also hear me.
Sorry?
You can also hear me.
We can see you. We can see the screen and we can see any better, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay. My name is Darko Ferce. I'm coming from E-Institute, which is based in Slovenia, and we are lead partner of Upsurge project. So this is one of these three sister projects. So within our project, we have been asking ourselves actually this question, what to do, because there is a very high urban burden to the nature. So basically the cities are covering about 3% of the nature land, and each year more and more cities are built up. And the cities actually produce about 70% of CO2, and they consume about 2/3 of the energy. And also this large footprint then affects the quality of the direct quality of the cities, and this also affects the human health and well-being. But even if there is a vast number of nature-based solutions, they are usually just listed, and there is no obvious mean for the cities how to select the right one. And this could lead to confusion, and in some cases also no action, and cities are not doing the actions to take the nature-based solutions. And we have been trying to change this with the project. So we would like to do this with the setting up the regenerative urban lighthouse. This would be a reference framework for the wider uptake of M-based solutions. And this would be done in 5 demonstrations in 5 cities. We would also like to increase the ownership of the nature-based solutions. This would be done through the public participation methods. And we would like to create some evidence for the other cities, and also make other cities to follow us. So this would be done through the partnership of 23 partners from 13 EU countries. So our concept actually is that Upsurge project will research, co-create, test, measure, and digitalize nature-based solutions. We would get some knowledge out of this process, and this knowledge would then be used for the wider uptake of nature-based solutions. We will focus on governance actions, on regeneration tools and digital services. And based on these experiences, we will use the nature-based solution reference framework. This will be a list of different nature-based solutions, which will feed into the regenerative urban lighthouse. And this lighthouse will actually assist cities, and will also use as nature-based solution reference. So we would like actually come to from the cities to the regenerative transition. This would be done in two different ways. So the cities which would need just one-time solution, they would be able to use the matchmaking metrics, and this would be focused on biology, on sensing, on digitalization, on different public participation tools, and they will be able to choose one or choose the right one, the right solution for their one-time problem. But the cities who would like to go into the more deeper or longer path, they will be able to use the regenerative index, which will be calculated in the beginning of the process. And then they will use urban insetting protocol, which will be a kind of a guide for the transition. And this regenerative index would then be calculated also in the middle and at the end of the process. So this second path will be used for the cities who would like to stay longer into the nature-based solution field. So our lighthouse will provide nature-based solutions, and we will also supervise and manage them. And we will also use the decision maker configurator and nature-based standardization directory as 2 of our outputs. The project will be divided into the 5 phases. In the first phase, which will be analytical one, we will review the existing nature-based solution experiences, and then we will prepare fit for problem NBS catalog, which will also include the lessons learned. Then we will set the key performance indicators, which will be a minimum 17 of them, and this will help us to monitor nature-based solutions performance in the cities. We will also choose the optimal plant species and we will test them and also verify in the demonstrations and also in the laboratories. And at the end, we will come to the standardization of nature-based solutions, which will be then upgraded with the standards for the air pollution and also for the carbon neutrality targets, and all this will fit into the lighthouse. So in the second phase, this will be preparation phase. We will actually establish 5 living labs. We will call them quintuple helix place labs. So besides the public, private, people, and academia, part of the helix, we will also use environment as the 5th part of the quintuple helix. And they will be included in the early phase, so they will co-create the end-based solutions, and they will also be able to explore and validate the solutions provided from the project, and also validate them for the transfer to the other cities. We will use the sensing system, which will be quite complex, and we will combine the measurements of 5 demo cities together. We will also use the multi-level digital platform ecosystem, which will catalyze the ICT tools and services and demonstrations and actually everything which will be produced within the monitoring phase. And we will also then the last phase will be to prepare all the documentation for the actionable investment. So in the 5 demonstration phases, we will focus on nature-based solutions. So for example, in Belfast, we will focus in the area of the park. This is actually unused area, which will then be used for urban agriculture solutions. We will build community gardens based on the experiences gained in Maribor city. We will also use the urban soil and organic agriculture. We will also include the public participation methods for the educational and mentoring methods. And we will also come to the integrated approach covering different aspects of nature-based solutions. So in the second demonstration, this will be the city of Breda. We will focus on Lini district. This district lays between the railways and the Northern Ring road ring. And there are few parks, and we will actually transform 2 parks into the urban jungles. These parks are currently not well managed, and they're from 1960s. Beside the parks, we will also use the green corridors along the streets, and also the house gardens. So we will provide the people with private gardens with the plants. The third demonstration will be in Budapest. This is the 18th district of the Budapest. This is actually a residential area full of traffic and in the near vicinity of the airport. There is quite a lot of NOx from the airplanes, and there are also the urban flash floods in the summer. Within this part of the city, we will produce 50 adaptive rain gardens. 25 will be from the municipal gardens, and 25 will be from the citizens. We will also do education and monitoring, and the final aim will be that we will test the different end-based solutions for the air pollution effect, and also for the noise control and water retention, and as well as cooling in the summer. The fourth demonstration will be in Maribor. From 1960s to 1980s, there was intensive buildup of the residential area in Maribor, and this significantly reduced the green areas in the right bank of the Drava River. We will focus on a small stream, which is called Pekre stream. This is at the moment very underused and very poorly managed, but it has a potential because the municipality in 2016 proposed the area for renaturation in the Sustainable Urban Strategy Plan. We will use biophilic urban design for these green spaces. We will actually use different kind of nature-based solutions, for example, green corridors, pocket gardens, blue infrastructure. We will do small urban forest. We will also do the cycling route for the participants, for the people, and actually we will transform this stream to the interesting space for the active living. The last focus area will be Katowice city. We will focus in the heavy daily migration area, and there will be 5 different pilot locations. For example, Market Square, bus stops, hospital area, these will be different ones. The problem here is excess heat, and we will try with the nature-based solutions, we will then try to reduce heat, to increase water retention, and to produce more oxygen into the city. We will do different solutions, for example, green benches in the bus stops, then different shelters in the Market Square, rainwater storage, which will be then used for the gardens. And actually, the end product will be improved well-being of the cities. The fourth phase of the project will be validation of nature-based solutions. We will be monitoring the air quality and key performance indicators in each cities. We will also assess the CO2 uptake of the nature-based solutions. This will be done through the active measurements, but also through the quintuple helix by the living labs. And we will actually, through the living labs, we will analyze also the environmental, social, political, and financial implications of nature-based solutions. And the optimal solution will be then produced, which will be given to the regenerative urban lighthouse for the future spread to the different cities. So in the 5th phase of exploitation, this will be the last phase, we will launch the regenerative urban lighthouse as a guidance for nature-based solutions transformation of the cities, also for the other cities. We will use the regenerative index as a calculation for the beginning and for the end of the nature-based solutions in the cities. This urban lighthouse will be supported by the clearinghouse. Clearinghouse will be a kind of expert body of the lighthouse, and they will produce the knowledge base and also support the lighthouse with the feasibility studies of nature-based solutions. At the end, we will produce the exploitation plan, which will be used by the lighthouse, and we will also mainstream the results through the eClay network of the cities. So here are also the main results which will be exploited, and I think that I already mentioned all of them. The impacts would be, we hope that we will came to the wider uptake of nature-based solutions in different cities, not only within our consortium, but wider. We would also like to improve the awareness of the citizens and actually their uptake and of the nature-based solutions. And also we'd like to come to the better ownership of the citizens. This would be done through the public participation methods. As we said, we have 5 demonstrations. We also have 2 follow-up cities, which will replicate the demonstrations. And we will also produce 65 scenarios for the third-party cities. We will support the environment with CO2 absorption. We will reduce the temperature in cities. We will reduce the PM10 particles, and we will also increase the sort of soil fertility. All the restoration space will be about 20,000 square meters. And we will also not forget about social aspects, for example, gender equality and vulnerable groups. And the last impact would be also, which we will try to lower the price of the nature-based solutions for the other cities. So this will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Darko. So, as it always happens, we're running a little bit out of time. I think there are a couple of questions for Sonia and yourself, and perhaps I think there is a question for Sonia around, maybe Blanca, you have it. So maybe we can, if that's okay, we can share one question each now, and then put the questions on the chat, and everybody can see them. I think you can see. Can you see them if they are on the chat on Team, even from here, or and maybe you can answer from there, and we will definitely be in touch very soon. So I guess there are going to be more questions coming up even in the future days. But yes, maybe Blanca, you have the questions. Oh, this is the question. No. Okay. Okay. So for Sonia, as part of the key objectives 3 and 6, wow, are you planning to generate an overview of the monitoring system for low carbon NBS?
Okay, now it was my time to actually unmute myself to find the actual way of doing that. So as I still have to remember what the key objectives 3 and 6 are. Good that you have the numbers in mind.
Like, wow, what a memory.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes my memory actually plays a kind of a difficult role there as well. I think there is already existing quite a lot with regard to monitoring systems and at least evaluation of impacts. I think Ugo has already provided quite an overview with regard to that. Of course, as part of, let's say, this framework that we are going to develop, this more integrative one, we would like to see at what extent we can build up monitoring systems, but also build on the existing ones. So at the same time, considering what kind of data can particularly be used and are already there, because what we have learned is also that different cities have quite data fatigue when it comes to suddenly, I don't know, a project coming in and collecting all the different data. And at the same time, of course, trying to find ways to be as cost effective also as possible when it comes to those challenges as well. So we are quite sensitive about those subjects too. And so we definitely will probably construct a puzzle of different, let's say, systems we are going to use, from sensors to actually remote sensing data, to see what kind of pictures we can get also, and what is needed also to develop, for example, then the digital twins. I'm definitely not the expert when it comes to the whole ICT aspect, but I hope that actually answered your question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sonia. I think on the scheduling and timescale of the project, we can share the slides and we can share more updates, if that's okay. And okay, so thank you so much, Sonia and Darko, very much. Looking forward to build this united project together in a way. So a lot to share in the future. And if that's okay for you to share the presentations that you've given us, we will circulate them among the consortium here. Great, thank you. We are launching some polls around how we can collaborate with you, with the sister projects. So we are going to put these polls in the chat. We're going to share the links here for the people here as well. And this is an open poll, so we can provide any feedback anytime. So don't worry about that. I think it's now time, and I think we are all really, really kind of looking forward to that, to hear a bit about our cities, and then it's going to be lunchtime. We would like to finish with the cities because we are still streaming online, and we have 5 amazing videos from the cities that it's worth sharing, even with the YouTube people who are following us from 9:30 this morning. So I'll leave the floor to Blanca, who is leading on the city side of the activities. And yeah, and let's listen to the cities.
Well, I prepared a presentation of 10 minutes, but I will try to shrink it to 2 minutes. So let's see if it works. Well, most of you know me. I'm Blanca Pedrola. I'm an architect specialized in sustainable urban development, and I will be the DivAirCity city lead during the project. I'm very excited and proud to see how the cities and all of us together, we are going to develop urban innovation. Please. Okay, so this is just to give a little context that we are of the current situation. We are living a multiple crises: health, climate, and environment. So we see here some examples: floods, the pandemic, the rising temperatures, fires, air pollution, protests against racism, etc. So next, please, because I will be super fast. So there are three main aspects that are catalyzers for the crisis, for the current crisis. And this, together with the scenario of growing urban population, makes cities to be the place to act. So we pass from living the era of the empires to live the era of nations, to live today the era of the cities. So cities are the place to act locally to achieve a global solution or goal. Next, please. So this is just to show how the urban population is growing. So on the upper side, we see a mappa mundi of 2010. We see different colors and different sizes. And on the bottom, we see the projection for 2050. So we can see here in this graphic that the world is going to become more urban, and there is going to be a growth of population. Next, please. So this makes us think that the places to act are the cities. Air pollution. Air pollution is the invisible killer. So we don't see it, but we know that 7 million deaths per year are due to air pollution in cities. And this is according to the World Health Organization. Knowing the fact that the place where we live, the environment where we live has an impact on our health, makes us think that we have to do something about the urban design and the urban development that we can do. And it's known that 20% of the deaths could be avoided with a good planning according to the recommendations that are given, according to achieve better air quality cities, access to green spaces, to do the physical activity which is recommended, and we could avoid 20% of the deaths. And besides all that, we have the social justice. Here we can read three important concepts: diversity, equity, inclusion. Where we have seen, and this has been explained before, and it's the base of our project, that the urban aspects do not affect everyone the same way. And this is the basis of our project. Next, please. Well, this is an image of the movie Blade Runner from 1982. And this was a dystopian version of the city of Los Angeles projected for November 2019. Well, we are in 2021, and hopefully we haven't seen this future. And dystopian futures are those where there are climate disasters, the society is totally collapsed, there are tyrannical governments. But is this the future we see? I don't see this future. Next, please. I think this is the future we want, and this is the future we're working together to achieve. Cities which are greener, which are healthier, which are more inclusive, and in a way which build a better world. And next, please. And I just finished. Well, urban living labs. Urban living labs can be the tool to transform the way we do urban innovation. And we will be working with urban living labs. It's a way to speed the transition and to experiment, design, and try, do prototypes. And we will be doing this during the next 4 years. And last one, please. And well, we have 5 cities with different sizes, with different geographical locations. different cultures, different challenges which are going to implement the urban living labs and which are going to work very hard to have better cities and to develop tools and projects which are going to lead the way to better cities. And just go directly to the videos. I hopefully didn't do more than 2 minutes.
No, the video is, I think it works.
Let me just see if the videos work. Okay. I think it was a very inspiring 5 minutes. Thank you, Blanca. So let's give this a go with the videos. As mentioned, we have 5 videos from our cities. We will start in alphabetical order. Just or else you will be always the first one, Maria. And okay. You wanna? Can we see this?
Which I.
Yeah, it's in the chat, so you can just.
Okay.
Yes, but
In the chat, you wanna do?
I tried.
Okay.
But yeah, now I'm.
This is the beauty of the hybrid event.
You want to share with this, just in case, maybe. Do we have an account that we can use? Do you know your account?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't.
Can we ask Felicia just to share the screen and share with us?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Should be online, Felicia.
Okay.
Can he?
Yes, please. It will be easier, I think.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You still there, Felicia? Sure.
As long as they can see that, that's good. As soon as they can see.
Hi, we are Marianne,
Sebastian.
And Sarah from Aarhus Municipality.
The city of Aarhus has a population of
Felicia, could you stop it, please? Because there is no sound.
Okay, it looks like
that. Oh, wait, maybe it's me. Is the
No, there is not.
no, where it kicked us out. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on.
The people in the, it's amazing. The vision works perfectly. Everybody can hear and everything.
Oh, wait. I'm not put this back, please. Felice? Felice? Okay, can you just play the video again and with the sound, because we couldn't hear that. Okay, shall we try again? Maybe it was my laptop.
Hi, we are Marianne,
Sebastian,
and Sarah from Aarhus Municipality.
The city of Aarhus has a population of 350,000 citizens and a very young.
The overall ambition for the city is to create a good city for everyone and to become CO2 neutral by 2030.
As you can see on this map, Denmark and Aarhus is located in a part of Europe where the PM2.5 levels are relatively low. But with our models, we estimate that exposure to air pollution still have large negative impacts and leads to more than 4,500 premature deaths in Denmark each year. Based on data for 2014, we have estimated that about 200 citizens died prematurely in Aarhus municipality due to air pollution. This also leads to about 20,000 sick days, and it had an economic cost of more than 200 million euros in Aarhus alone. We estimate that only around 8% of the health impacts are related to air pollution emitted within Aarhus. Here, especially emissions from local traffic and the use of wood stoves are important. But the main part of the air pollution comes from emissions in the rest of Denmark and other countries.
When you talk about pollution, the air quality, you have to be aware that not every citizen have the same voice. There might be strong democratic citizens that can help raising their voice, but there can also be challenged citizens, so to speak, which are surrounded by what I call a democratic deficit. We have to facilitate that those citizens also get a voice in the discussion, for instance, about the quality of the air in our city. We have tried with a range of analog or digital ways to mobilize and innovate how we can actually facilitate the citizens and support the citizens to take part in our city and the development of our city. Participatory budgets. We have done some tests, and I think we'll build onto that experience in the years to come. I think one good advice is to have big ears and a small mouth at the beginning when you have to or want to give that area priority in your city. And acknowledge that everyone is needed in this city, despite the background, sexual observance or religion. Everyone is skilled in this city in one way or another. And I think that should be our aim, no matter where we're from.
Citizens can help us map the city's air quality challenges on a local scale with low-cost air quality sensors. So we can have an even better impression about the areas where our interventions will have the greatest impact.
There's a number of benefits of using low-cost sensors compared to using reference stations. First of all, low-cost sensors, they're usually small. I can have them in my hand, whereas the reference stations, they require a full container, so they're not very flexible to move around for measuring at various locations. Mm-hmm. Second of all, I can get many more data because I can buy 10 sensors for the same price as I can buy one reference station. So I'm able to measure in many more locations And third of all, I can engage with the citizens because I can give them a local sensor in their hand and say, put them outside your house or put them on your bike or wherever, which would never ever be possible with the reference equipment. This conception of perceived air quality, I think, will be a very central concept that needs to be explored throughout the whole innovation project.
Aarhus offers a wide range of different intervention areas where we can see some of the opportunities to intervene. We do, however, wish to engage citizens also in this, in order to understand what areas of the city are special to them, where do they meet or hang out, where is intervention needed from their perspective. We consider where could we make the largest potential impact when we look at the incoming data from the city, but also what sort of solutions are attractive to the target groups.
Hvordan er den politiske interesse for at gøre byen mere grøn og sund?
Den er stor, og den er øgende, eller den bliver øget her også. Det kan vi også se op imod de kommende lokalvalg eller kommunevalg. Der er der rigtig, rigtig mange budgetforslag, som peger ind imod en grønnere dagsorden og en grønnere by. Også den gamle middelalderby skal gerne blive grønnere. Det passer rigtig, rigtig godt ind, fordi det er jo netop det, der er med til at understøtte den her efterspørgsel på en sund by og en forskellighed. Altså, der skal være plads til alle i byrummet, lige fra en social udsat til en, der haster fra et møde til et andet. Og det skal man egentlig gerne gøre i en rar stemning. Og det er jo lige det her, det gør. Altså det sunde luft, den rare by, den grønne by. Nogle steder, hvor man kan sætte sig ned og lade øjnene hvile og nyde bare at trække vejret i noget ren byluft, som jo også samtidig kan være udfordrende at finde.
If you go through the neighborhoods of Bucharest, you'll see a mix of old and new and of different architectural style. And this is due to the fact that when the communist regime started in 1948, a lot of the houses of the old nobility and bourgeoisie were nationalized and turned into collective housing. And at the same time, we had this huge proletarian neighborhoods built all over the city because Bucharest was an industrial center, and we had people moved from the rural areas to the cities through this forced urbanization. 30 years after communism, we can say that this whole urban changes that happened throughout the 45 years of communism are still affecting us today.
Bucharest was included by the Environmental European Agency into a group of 323 cities where the air quality was monitored, and Bucharest was ranked just 263 in this ranking, meaning that Bucharest is a city with a very poor air quality.
We believe that the city's main challenge when it comes to social inclusion is the inconsistency of public policies on the topic. Social benefits and investments in infrastructure have limited results if they are not paired with innovative proposals that combine community-driven resilience, development, and access to technology and education for vulnerable groups. Funding for social inclusion and such services are seen as costs instead of investments into the future of the city, its economic growth and future sustainability.
The research conducted by the university will help us in partnership with the representatives of the communities of District 2 to shape public policies and projects that will be directly applicable and will affect in a good way the lives of the vulnerable community. With such strong engagement from the partners involved in DivAirCity, we have a very strong chance of finding the best policies and projects to make a difference in the vulnerable communities of Bucharest, in improving air quality and helping vulnerable communities to be included in the life and social life of District 2 of Bucharest.
Castelló de la Plana, with a population of 171,000 inhabitants, is located in the Valencian region and is the capital of the province of Castellón. The city has a fast connection to the Mediterranean corridor and an important railway network with high-speed trains. It also has the Port Castelló, the main logistics platform in the Mediterranean. Castelló has a strong industrial fabric based on ceramic production, energy, chemical and plastic sector. The service sector is the most important, followed by tourism, construction and industry. Castelló has committed itself to invest in education and culture. All this makes Castelló de la Plana a dynamic environment with an important economic, social and cultural flow. The municipality of Castelló is working in improvement of the air quality through our sustainable urban mobility plan and analyzing the possibility of the implementation of a low emission zone in the city center. With DivAirCity, Castelló wants to explore innovative actions to improve air quality in industrial areas.
The air in Castellón has acceptable quality. Nevertheless, in urban areas near the harbour, an improvement of the control of the airborne particles can be still made. These particles provide fundamentally from port activities such as unloading and handling of plate and coke in bulk.
Despite of the fact that the municipality of Castelló involves citizens in most of its projects through participatory processes, with DivAirCity, Castelló wants to go beyond and standardize innovative participation in all municipal areas. The pilot will take place in El Grau, the maritime district of Castelló, and will focus on the integration of nature-based solutions into policies and innovative public procurement to solve urban challenges. The city's goal is to include the DivAirCity criteria in public tenders. Thus, interventions will focus on urban transformation through nature-based solutions with the aim of reducing human exposure to pollution, improving decarbonization, and increasing social justice and inclusion.
DivAirCity is a project that recognizes, accepts, and celebrates the differences in cities and turns them into a true value to address the emergency in air pollution and climate change. We are willing to work together with 4 other European cities in new urban approaches and solutions based on nature for consolidate the greener Castelló and improve the conditions, not only climate, but also social and health of the people who inhabit it. DivAirCity fits with our city model dream. It is one more step on the path started a few years ago together with Europe and specifically with Horizon 2020 program. With DivAirCity, Castelló keeps on improving as a city, as a space for social interaction, as a place to live, to promote entrepreneurship and get excited about the future.
Benvenuti ad Orvieto, la Velsena degli Etruschi, la Urbs Vetus, la città vecchia dei Latini, ma anche la città unita come testimoni all'opera del nostro concittadino e artista Livio Orazio Valentini. Una città che ha sempre cercato di unire il centro e la periferia, la rupe e la valle. Una città che è nota per le sue torri e la sua cattedrale che svettano verso l'alto, ma anche per le particolari profondità che ci portano verso il centro della terra. Una città che conosceremo attraverso le sue strade, le sue piazze, i suoi scorci, il suo cielo e che cercheremo di raccontare anche con le sfide che il progetto DivAirCity ci porrà per il nostro futuro.
Il coinvolgimento attivo dei cittadini e delle cittadine, con un'attenzione particolare alle cosiddette fasce minoritarie della popolazione, ma che in realtà rappresentano una componente elevatissima dei residenti all'interno del nostro comune, in particolare nelle zone più periferiche, è forse la sfida più importante che abbiamo davanti in termini di inclusione sociale. Agire insieme a loro, coinvolgendoli attivamente, rendendoli partecipi dei processi di partecipazione all'interno di questo progetto che vede coinvolto come partner pubblico la nostra amministrazione comunale, è l'elemento centrale su cui opereremo come organizzazione e come associazione all'interno del progetto. Lo faremo mettendo a disposizione spazi e luoghi formali e informali che nel frattempo sono anche stati recuperati e restituiti alla fruizione dei cittadini e delle cittadine, e lo faremo utilizzando strategie e metodi che non sono quelli sempre, come si dice, tipici e caratteristici. Si utilizzeranno sicuramente focus group, incontri eccetera eccetera, ma anche modalità informali, passeggiate, camminate, aperitivi, un modo per cui ognuno deve sentirsi libero e partecipe di far parte di questo percorso che ci accompagnerà per i prossimi anni, nel quale cercheremo nel miglior modo possibile di coinvolgere il più alto numero di cittadine e cittadini.
L'intervento del progetto DivAirCity sulla città di Orvieto si colloca nel contesto del miglioramento della qualità dell'aria e della mitigazione dei gas a effetto serra che a livello urbano sono abbastanza consistenti. La zona di Orvieto, la frazione di Orvieto candidata per questo intervento si sviluppa ai piedi della rupe di Orvieto nella valle del Paglia ed è una zona prettamente residenziale con anche la presenza di diverse scuole e l'ospedale della città. Proprio per questi motivi il traffico della città, nonché la presenza di tratti ferroviari e del tratto dell'autostrada principale italiana ne fanno appunto un buon candidato per l'intervento del progetto DivAirCity.
Andrea e Angela ci hanno introdotto i due cardini fondamentali del progetto DivAirCity, la parte ambientale e la parte sociale. Quindi la parte ambientale che deve riconnettere il centro e la periferia, la parte sociale che deve cercare di unire e rafforzare il senso di appartenenza alla propria comunità. E abbiamo scelto come simbolo di questa connessione questo particolare mezzo di trasporto, la vecchia funicolare, che è un mezzo assolutamente ecologico che si muove su un sistema idraulico e che ha sempre riconnesso, perlomeno negli ultimi 200 anni, la periferia al centro storico.
Orvieto è uno dei gioielli dell'Italia centrale, un diamante incastonato nel tufo nel mare verde dell'Umbria. Poco più di 20.000 abitanti, una storia antichissima alle spalle che parte dagli Etruschi, prosegue con i Romani e raggiunge il suo massimo splendore nel Medioevo, quando fu costruita la meravigliosa cattedrale che custodisce ancora oggi il miracolo di Bolsena. Benché abbia quindi queste radici antichissime, ha però sempre guardato al futuro. Già negli anni 90 ha avviato una politica di riduzione del traffico, costruendo i principali parcheggi cittadini alle pendici della città, consentendo l'accesso in città attraverso le scale mobili e gli ascensori. Nello stesso periodo ha iniziato a puntare anche al turismo, non soltanto concentrandosi sui beni storici architettonici, ma sul paesaggio, sull'enogastronomia, su tutto ciò che rende questo territorio assolutamente unico e straordinario. È inoltre anche capofila di molti progetti territoriali, è capofila della strategia delle aree interne e è anche sede internazionale di Città Slow, dove la sostenibilità e la qualità di vita sono elementi fondanti. Come amministrazione vogliamo fornire al progetto tutto il supporto amministrativo, strategico e organizzativo. La nostra è una città da sempre attenta ai temi dell'inclusione e della partecipazione e particolarmente sensibile al tema dei cambiamenti climatici. Orvieto non è solo il Duomo o il Pozzo di San Patrizio, ma anche la sua meravigliosa rupe, così bella ma così fragile, che è stato oggetto di importanti studi per la sua tutela e per la sua salvaguardia. Proprio in questi mesi siamo anche impegnati in un progetto di prevenzione delle calamità naturali attraverso l'osservazione dei cambiamenti climatici. Questo è uno dei temi in cima alla nostra agenda politica, come sancito anche nel 2009 dall'adesione al patto dei sindaci lanciato dalla Commissione europea che intendiamo rinnovare.
Concludiamo il nostro viaggio all'interno della fortezza dell'Albornoz, una fortezza che già nel 1300, nella metà del 1300, il cardinale Albornoz volle restaurare a difesa della città di Orvieto, la città alta e strana di Fazio degli Uberti, una città antichissima, ma sempre comunque pronta a guardare verso il futuro e alle sfide che da esso arriveranno.
Hi, my name is Nadine Kula von Bergmann, and I'm the founder and managing director of Creative Climate Cities. Creative Climate Cities is an agency for digital urban developments. We are consulting and giving strategic advisory services to ministries, cities, and companies. What we also do is we are involved in the tool development of digital tools used for process design to implement sustainable and CO2 neutral urban developments.
Hi, I'm Nahla. I'm an urban planning student from Université Paris-Nanterre, France, and I'm an urban data analyst in Creative Climate Cities. I was very happy when I got to know that I was going to work on the DivAirCity projects in Potsdam. I will be mostly involved in Work Package 3, participatory engagement and people-driven framework, especially the task about the identification of stakeholders' needs, challenges, and opportunities. I believe we can indeed achieve innovative, creative, carbon neutral and green cities if we take into account diversity and social inclusion in our urban narratives in our cities. I'm looking forward to start this journey.
My name is Tion Kutlek and I'm responsible for urban transformation and strategic process design at Creative Climate Cities. Regarding diversity, I'm going to be the main project manager for general communication, and I will focus on the development of the living labs here in Potsdam. Alongside my role at Creative Climate Cities, I'm studying a Masters of Urban Planning at the Technical University of Berlin, and I'm right now preparing my final thesis, which shall be closely connected to diversity, analyzing the importance and impact of nature-based solutions and spatial development processes here in Germany.
In the diversity project, CCC's role will be to drive and to support the process design of the implementation strategy in the permanent living lab, the so-called district Schlatz, and we will be making sure that stakeholders and citizens and underrepresented voices will be part of the biodiversity strategy as well as the nature-based solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Oh wow. Okay, apologies for the video of Oviedo in the sense that hasn't been subtitled. We didn't make it on time, I have to confess, without further explanation. That's simple as that. And we will subtitle, it will be streamed and put on the website with the subtitles. But unfortunately, it all arrived a little bit tight. And that's, so I apologize for that. It's our fault and nothing apart from that. But I think the videos were very, very nice. And I think we got a flavor of the cities that we will have the interventions. And I think with this, we can go to lunch and have a break. And I would like to thank you and say goodbye to the people on the YouTube as well. Thank you for listening and thank you for following us. You can find more information about this project on the website DivAirCity.eu and on all channels which we will put into the YouTube as well. Thank you for that. And let's see each other back in